Now with us on this Tuesday, June 27th, I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly if the weather has moved out and is gone. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has our forecast for us.
Yeah, still tracking a few showers and a couple of thunderstorms too, Tom. We're not in weather alert for today, but we are definitely tracking some of that rain that is moving on out of here. It's pretty quiet right now over the Inner Harbor, but that was what that weather alert day was all about yesterday. And here's where some of those showers are for you up into Edgewood, Bel Air over to Aberdeen, across the bay over toward parts of Elkton and Chesapeake City, moving out toward Galena as well. And down to the south, we're seeing this down for you in Chestertown and Rock Hall, over toward Queenstown. Not really much in the way of lightning strikes. There have been a few of those here over the last couple of hours, but most of that action you can really see on this map where all of that lightning activity is down toward the southeast and moving off toward the ocean at this time. So we are going to get a little bit of a break. A mild Tuesday morning. We are tracking more showers and a couple of thunderstorms for this afternoon, and then we are drier by midweek. So on your morning drive, mid to upper 60s and lower 70s, we will be drying out. It's a little wet right now, so if you're out early this morning, definitely want to watch out for ponding in the roadways, especially because it's still dark. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. As Justin was just talking about, a lot of cleanup today. We're following a few incidents around the region this morning. 695, just before 70. One vehicle accident blocking the right lane there, and it looks like emergency crews are on the shoulder, too. The inner loop right traffic lane. Now on 83 North, just before Timonium Road, another crash. You see that indicated right at the top of your screen. One vehicle involved, closing 2 of the 4 northbound traffic lanes. New this morning, fire investigators determining lightning as a cause of a 2-alarm fire in Bel Air. This is a picture of the scene sent from about a half-mile away. The apartment complex went up in smoke and flames just before 9:30 last night. It took 75 firefighters to control the fire in about 30 minutes. 26 residents now displaced. Only one person was sent to the hospital. FOX45 crew is heading to the scene this morning. Baltimore City Council will be holding an investigative hearing with BGE about the utility company's plan to put gas regulators on people's homes, whether or not the homeowner wants them. Last week, 3 taxpayers in Baltimore were arrested for blocking BGE equipment in a protest. Now the council says it wants answers.
They say the best way to install them to be safe is outside. So BGE got to explain to the council, to the community, what is safe. If you already installed them inside the house and you say the safest is outside, what about those ones that have been installed inside the house? And it has not been a clear understanding of that. The contractors say one thing, BGE say another thing, so the idea is we need to ask those hard questions to find out.
When it comes to City Council hearing on the matter, a date has not been set yet, but Councilman Robert Stokes telling Fox 45 News he hopes to have the hearing in just a few weeks. Council has had similar hearings on schools and the Safe Streets program in the past few months, but critics say they failed to ask the tough questions during those hearings.
They didn't bear down on it because they didn't have an answer to the problem. And, you know, it's always like, well, let's spend more money. Let's have more tutors.
What an absolute shame not to take advantage of this opportunity to find out where the dollars are being spent, but also to find out how this program can actually help people.
The council has yet to schedule another hearing on absenteeism in Baltimore City public schools. And they first called for a hearing more than a month ago. No word on when that will take place. When it comes to first responders in Baltimore City, between equipment not operating and jobs not being filled, there may not be enough support to respond to emergencies.
Baltimore City Fire Department, 0700 hours. The following units are out of service. Truck 5, Truck 8.
Those are sounds of dispatchers Saturday sounding the alarm about a long list of fire equipment which was out of service because there was no one to operate it. The president of the Firefighters Union, Matt Koster, he says that staffing is critically low levels.
They're not going to sign up for overtime every weekend in the summer. It's not going to happen.
It's no secret we have a huge workload.
Well, currently, the city has 130 vacancies for firefighters, 63 for paramedics. And those currently on staff are reaching a breaking point. Administrators say the department did ask City Hall for a slice of the $641 million in federal COVID funds it recently received to help with their shortage, but were not awarded anything. That's not the first time we heard staffing shortages take a toll on first responders. In September, one paramedic threatened to drive an ambulance into the Inner Harbor. Take a listen.
for the third time, we told you we are out of service per EMS2 for relief. I'm completely prepared to tell my driver to disembark, and I will drive this thing in Inner Harbor.
You can hear the frustration there. Listen to more audio and find our full report right now on foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. This morning, we are following new developments in the Marilyn Mosby trial. Court filings show her public defenders may renew a request from her previous attorneys for a change of venue. The indication comes as both the prosecution and defense request changes to pretrial deadlines. In January, the court denied a request from Mosby's previous defense team to move that trial to Greenbelt, arguing local media coverage would have too much of an impact on the Baltimore trial. The former city state's attorney is accused of perjury and making false statements on mortgage applications. She has maintained her innocence. A deadline to provide education plans fast approaching for schools in Maryland. After the break, the additional tax dollars now needed to fund the Kerwin plan. This morning, we are tracking a few leftover showers. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking your next weather maker and how long that will last. 4:36, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. Still seeing a few of these showers that have been rolling through the last hour or so. Most of that activity is well to the east of us now, but we're going to see another day where we're going to be tracking some more showers developing, possibly even a thunderstorm or two again on your Tuesday. Not a weather alert day today, but on your yard and gardening cats, hopefully you got some much needed rain. We'll see those numbers climb to the upper 70s and into the low and mid 80s for the afternoon. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Looking ahead to next Thursday, the state board assigned to implement the blueprint for Maryland's future expects to receive education plans from every public school system in the state by July 6th deadline. Kerwin plan, as it's also known, was passed in 2021. It will pump $30 billion additional tax dollars into public education statewide over the first 10 years, and then additional $4 billion every year after that. The plan school systems submit must be shown how they are working to meet the requirements of the blueprint.
We're in the process of analyzing those. And by the end of next month, that is July, around the 27th of July, we will make a recommendation as to whether or not they have fulfilled the requirements of the initial blueprint.
Now that the bill for the Kerwin plan is almost due, taxpayers are not happy about it. A poll from the Maryland Public Policy Institute shows 63% of Marylanders oppose the tax increases needed to fund education spending. Baltimore City alone paying $67 million more than it had planned on. Leaders across the state have sounded the alarm about the spending. Mayor Brandon Scott called it a gut punch. Taxpayer watchdog and group David Williams says that lawmakers need to make a change before taxpayers face the consequences like program cuts and tax increases.
What needs to happen is that the state legislature, they need to go back to the drawing board, figure out a way to slow the implementation of it and make sure that taxpayers aren't on the hook for an education system that is requiring billions upon billions of dollars more in taxpayer funding.
You can find more on the blueprint for Maryland's future and the concerns over its price tag on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Governor and presidential candidate Ron DeSantis wastes no time when it comes to the southern border. The three things he wants to address if he becomes president.
Republicans continuing to turn up the heat on Attorney General Merrick Garland. I'm Kayla Gaskins with why they say impeachment may be on the table.
Well, here is what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, migrant children abandoned at the border by smugglers costing taxpayers billions. The former head of Border Protection joins us to discuss the ongoing crisis. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
Well, you can watch the National Desk on our sister station CW Baltimore weekday mornings from 6 to 9. 4:42 is the time. You're taking a live look over the Inner Harbor on this beautiful Tuesday morning. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .445 and now to the crisis in the classroom. An upcoming Supreme Court decision on affirmative action could reshape college admissions and is already going through major changes. The National Desk, Angela Brown, has the details.
Even before COVID, more than 1,000 colleges made the ACT or SAT test scores optional, the pandemic turning that ripple into a tidal wave. Just how big is this tidal wave? Check out this website for fair test. More than 1,900 colleges have optional, test blind, or score-free college admissions, an all-time high, representing 83% of U.S. four-year schools. College watchdog group Campus Reform says this will hurt students in the long run.
In fact, in an analysis for Campus Reform, we found that companies are now having to step in and help in with education because higher education is failing to prepare students for life post-graduation.
The organizations that make the SAT and ACT acknowledge that wealthier white students do better on average than other groups of students. Harry Fetter, Fair Test.
Given the diversity and the economic diversity, the racial diversity of our country, and the circumstances from which all kids come from, I think it's impossible to do as you say and put them all in a room and say, okay, there's one instrument that measures you equally and equitably.
Take Amitash Kaur. She shared her story with our team in Ohio this March. A college senior majoring in technology, business, political science, also student body president, countless awards for academic achievement, but she says her ACT score would not have indicated she could do any of that.
Let's not even talk about the equity gap with ACT prep. A lot of folks that do really well in ACT tend to have a tutor or they go to prep sessions. A lot of students can't afford that. I certainly couldn't my senior year.
Some colleges only exempt applicants who meet minimum grade or class rank criteria. Others use ACT, SAT scores solely for course placement. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
California professor suing administrators at his college for allegedly targeting him over his political beliefs. Lawsuit states it was filed on behalf of Bakersfield College professor Damon Johnson. Johnson claims the college investigated him after he criticized a colleague on social media, calling the colleague, quote, social justice warrior. The college determined Johnson had committed no wrongdoing, but Johnson still says his First Amendment rights were violated. Bakersfield College has not returned Sinclair Broadcast Group's request for comment. 447, and yeah, it's cleanup morning. If you haven't stepped outside yet, a lot of debris on the roads and in your yards. You need to head over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast. And it was late last night later in the day where it came through. Is that what we're going to see again today?
Yeah, actually a little earlier today, Tom, is when we're going to see some of those showers and possible thunderstorms. Interestingly enough, again at BWI, where we take the official reading, a trace of rain. When a lot of you saw big downpours, you saw that hail, and that's why we were in that weather alert with those storms that rolled through, especially late yesterday afternoon and into the evening time. Even a few leftover showers here this morning, but Towson right now is starting to dry out from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Officially, our number at 69 in Towson. Not much in the way of wind that we're seeing at this time, and that dew point at 66 degrees. So we still obviously have a lot of moisture out there. Aberdeen over to Edgewood, that's where we're seeing a few of those showers, but not much in the way of lightning strikes. This is mainly for the eastern shore down through parts of Rock Hall over to Centerville into Queenstown on the other side of the Bay Bridge. So eastern shore getting a good shower activity right there. But most of that action is well to the east of us. This is what moved through over the last couple of hours. But those roads are definitely wet. And yeah, there's still some debris out there you'll have to watch for, especially as it's dark. We'll get the sun up here in just a little bit. In fact, we're going to see drier conditions here to kick off your day. This is through 10 o'clock this morning on your hourly future scan. Heading toward the afternoon, right about 2 p.m. is when some of those showers will start to fire. And into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour, that's when we'll have a better chance of more of those moderate showers rolling through. A couple of pop-up thunderstorms as well, continuing to push through the region in that 6 and 7 o'clock hour. And then moving out of here by about 8 p.m. So we'll be more of an early afternoon, and then as we head into the evening time frame for some of these showers and thunderstorms. Mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us. That sun coming up a little bit later each morning now that we're past the summer solstice at 5:42. Goes to bed tonight at 8:37. The average this time of year is in the mid to upper 80s. So we hit 90 again yesterday. We're going to see those low to mid 80s, a little bit cooler behind that cold front coming through. And you can see those 80s up and down the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore, down through D.C., mid 70s down the ocean in Ocean City. So here's what's going on with our future scan. We had that kind of the leading edge of that cold front yesterday, and now that front's going to be passing through as we head toward the afternoon. Behind that that is when we'll pick up some of those showers between about 2 and 5 p.m. and then pushing out of here as we head into Wednesday morning and into Wednesday afternoon. Nice ridge of high pressure going to be sliding in and drying us out here, not only on Wednesday, but into Thursday as well. And there's still some unsettled weather as we head into our holiday weekend. Of course, the 4th of July weekend is around the corner. O's game tonight again at Camden Yards. Should have all that rain out of there. And then we'll be back to the upper 80s into Thursday and Friday. And again, we do carry at least a chance for a couple of showers and storms late Friday into Saturday as well. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network here. And looking at some of the indicators on your map here at 451, there are 2 incidents that are happening on the inner loop right near 70. So 695's inner loop at 70. One is on the shoulder there. The other one is blocking one lane, so that will greet you. Also, we still have that closure at Cromwell Bridge Road that was closed down yesterday. Both directions, that's still shut down right in front of Loch Raven High School because of that water main break in that area. So that's also still closed today. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark.
Good Tuesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train. Flying Penn Train 505, operating with a delay at present. It's running about 5 minutes late. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the start. Out there on Light Rail Lake, of course, working with that service disruption between Timonium Fairgrounds and Hunt Valley as maintenance continues out there. You'll find shuttle buses in place providing service there, and a delay here and there, so do allow time for travel on Light Rail Lake. Metro Subway Link looking good. No delays or problems in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A jury will now decide the fate of a deputy who did not confront the Parkland school gunman. Why the deputy's attorney says he was a sacrificial lamb.
Republicans continuing to turn up the heat on Attorney General Merrick Garland. I'm Kayla Gaskins with why they say impeachment may be on the table.
You're taking a live look from the Inner Harbor this morning as you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 4:55, making your headlines this Tuesday. It's now up to a jury to decide the fate of Florida Sheriff's deputy accused of not confronting the Parkland school shooter during closing arguments. Prosecutors accused Scott Peterson of putting his life ahead of protecting the children at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in 2018. That's where 17 people died. The 60-year-old is charged with felony child neglect and culpable negligence. He's facing nearly 100 years behind bars. Surveillance video shows Peterson taking shelter outside the building rather than going in and confronting the shooter.
When Scott Peterson didn't as much as look into a window, he valued his life over Jamie Guttenberg's. When Scott Peterson didn't open the doors to the 1200 building, he didn't even look inside. He valued his life over Meadow Pollock's.
The defense argues Peterson couldn't tell where the gunshots were coming from and stayed in place to relay information to arriving teams. His attorney says he's being used as a sacrificial lamb for the failures by elected officials and school administrators. Taking you live to the Capitol is threats of impeaching Attorney General Merrick Garland are increasing among House Republicans. Speaker Kevin McCarthy now appears to be willing to entertain the idea. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the story.
Republicans turning up the heat against Merrick Garland.
If it comes true what the IRS whistleblower is saying, we're going to start impeachment inquiries on the Attorney General.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy willing to take this route by July 6th if IRS whistleblower testimony is proven true.
These are IRS long-term workers who've been through it and watched the abuse of power of how Hunter Biden was treated.
Last week, Congress publishing testimony from a pair of IRS agents working the case of President Biden's son Hunter, alleging the Justice Department had a heavy hand protecting the first son during the federal investigation into his tax and gun crimes.
We should impeach Merrick Garland. He's clearly abusing the power of his position.
Garland staunchly defending his Justice Department.
This constitutes an attack on an institution that is essential to American democracy and essential to the safety of the American people. Nothing could be further from the truth.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries tweeting, "We will not be lectured about the judicial system by insurrectionist sympathizers who embrace lawlessness and disorder." Republicans' discontent stemming in part from the perceived differences in how the FBI and DOJ treated Hunter Biden compared with former President Donald Trump. Garland, not the only one caught in the GOP's crosshairs. Last month, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene moved to impeach FBI Director Christopher Wray, saying Wray has turned the FBI into Joe Biden and Merrick Garland's personal police force. The crisis at the southern border spurring House GOP members to file articles of impeachment against President Joe Biden and Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer continuing to describe Attorney General Merrick Garland as corrupt, doubling down on his committee's investigation into the legality of the First Family's international business deals. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
You can download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
A decision is looming in Anne Arundel County regarding which flags can be displayed in classrooms. Just ahead, we'll hear why some say restrictions are needed, while others call that a violation of your rights.
We're trying to get Baltimore to a better place.
This morning, a group is waiting to see if a judge will take their case against BGE. The data that residents want to see from BGE as a utility company is installing thousands of external regulators.
Well, we had some showers, thunderstorms around yesterday. We're going to do that again today. I'm going to let you know right here on the Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, and thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday, June 27th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off today. Many of you saw some rain yesterday. Some of you, like me, saw nothing.
Well,
not
there's
a drop.
A lot of cleanup here today because of all that severe weather and all the lightning strikes that came through. Fires started, trees down, people out of power.
And
it's hard to believe that. I feel like that little blip of Carroll County, not even a drop. It's crazy when you see the difference.
Yeah, that's exactly why. That's why we were in weather alert, guys,
right.
yesterday, exactly for some of those storms. strong storms. And we still have the potential for a few more of those showers and thunderstorms as we head into the afternoon for today. Not nearly of that same severity, but we are looking at our Towson cam right now, a little bit on the drier side. We did see some showers, and you can even see on our HD radar a couple of leftover showers from Edgewood and Aberdeen over toward the eastern shore up into Cecil and Kent County as well. Down toward the eastern shore into Rock Hall and Queenstown is where we're seeing a few more of those leftover showers also. Most of the activity is well to the east of us right now. You can see all those lightning strikes that are out in the ocean. So a mild Tuesday morning leading to more showers and thunderstorms for today, but then we are drier by midweek. So we were talking about some of that debris and also some of the ponding on the roadways. Just take it slow. Mr. Bo says take it slow. Numbers in the upper 60s and lower 70s, but we're dry for your morning drive. We'll talk about when that rain is going to impact you again later today, coming up in just a few.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. We have two issues to report here. You can see two accidents on the inner loop right near 70, 695, not causing too much of a delay. There's also, because of the water main break on Cromwell Bridge Road, it's closed both directions right in front of Loch Raven High School. So that's still shut down from yesterday and continues this morning.
Well, new this morning, fire investigators determined lightning as the cause of a 2-alarm fire in Bel Air. Check out this picture here. This is from the scene about a half a mile away, actually. The apartment complex went up in smoke and flames. This was just before 9:30 last night when some of those storms were rolling through. It took 75 firefighters to control that blaze in about 30 minutes. There are 26 residents that are now displaced. Only one person went to the hospital, thank goodness. Fox 45, a news crew was heading to the scene now. We'll hopefully have an update here for you this morning.
Well, Maryland, we can take a breath for now when it comes to severe weather threats, but it's not the same for people all across the country.
There are excessive heat warnings all across the South. We've got severe thunderstorms throughout the region. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what many are bracing for now. Taylor.
I mean, that's right. We're following severe weather up and down the East Coast. Just take a look at a few of these tweets. An Upend Festival in West Michigan sent people running, but take a look at this. A flight in Arkansas struck by lightning. Wait, here it comes. Here it comes. It's coming. There. I mean, look at that. And then another time here, this is in Connecticut, where lightning just did not stop. It continued throughout the evening yesterday. But moving on here, let's take a look at what happened in Arkansas. We learned three people died in weekend storms there. One person was killed in Indiana, where you see that tornado destroyed 75 homes in the region. 2 others in Arkansas after a tree fell onto a house. And those storms caused major travel delays. Check out the widespread delays we're looking at from FlightAware. Total delays today, 8,138, 490 right now in and out of the U.S. But here at home, we're also starting to see that headache at BWI Airport as well. At this point, we have a number of canceled flights here, 7 cancellations, 10 delays at BWI. Meantime, the summer heat wave has been roasting Texas. It's now expanding with warnings and advisories affecting more than 45 million people spanning 7 states. Now, we're going to bring you to our Weather Authority radar. As we can see now, those storms are still moving through the region, more so off to the east this hour. But of course, meteorologist Justin Chambers will break all of that down for you in the upcoming hours. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you for that. Developing here this morning, Anne Arundel County is considering a policy that would effectively ban certain flags.
Now, this controversy is similar to what we saw in Carroll County just last year. Spikes a heated debate over what teachers can display in their classrooms. Before yesterday's Anne Arundel County School Board hearing began, Fox 45 News spoke with protesters on both sides of the issue.
For me, having a pride flag and a Black Lives Matter flag enables me to meet the social emotional needs of students, and if their social emotional needs are not met, they're not learning anything.
When you have the American flag, that's for everyone. Other flags divide and they categorize people, which brings confusion and also division and animosity. And so sticking with the American flag cuts out the confusion and helps the students to focus and be united.
Shannon Lilly joining us live now this morning with a closer look at what could happen if this policy were to pass. Shannon.
Well, with that vote that happened last night, Megan, the board members opted not to make any amendments to this proposed plan. And this all comes ahead of their final decision and vote, which will likely happen next month. In the meantime, like you just heard, there are those that strongly support this policy, while others strongly oppose it. Let's listen to those two different perspectives.
I'm opposed to it because some of our students are not seen and heard in their communities or in their households. And it is very important that they feel part of the community.
I think that a lot of people probably understand that I was the board member who wanted to see this policy created. And I am very proud of that. But I will also say that it's not because of any reason other than constituents coming to me with concerns.
As you just heard there, Corinne Frank is the board member that's pushing for the policy. She says there were concerns brought to her about disruptions in school related to flags. Now, if approved, the policy would limit the number of flags that could be displayed on school property, banning the LGBTQ pride flag from being displayed in all of the 127 school buildings. The policy was first introduced during a board meeting last month, and since then, more than 1,000 comments have been submitted, both in favor and against. Those against see this as a freedom of speech issue. In the meantime, that decision on this proposed flag ban still hangs in the balance, as I mentioned, and we know that the final reading and likely the vote will come in the board's next meeting, which is set for July 12th. And then if they do vote to approve this policy, it would go into effect as early as next school year. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Shannon, thank you. We want to hear from you. Should there be a restriction on flags in classrooms? So far, as we take a look at the results coming in, you can see 91% of those who have responded say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
5:07 now, looking ahead to next Thursday. The state board assigned to implement the blueprint for Maryland's future expects to receive education plans from every public school system by July 6th. Maryland's General Assembly passing the Kerwin plan in 2021. It will pump $30 billion additional tax dollars into public education statewide over the first 10 years, then an additional $4 billion every year after that. The plans schools system submit must show how they are working to meet the requirements of the blueprint.
We're in the process of analyzing those. And by the end of next month, that is July, around the 27th of July, we will make a recommendation as to whether or not they have fulfilled the requirements of the initial blueprint.
Well, you can find more on the blueprint for Maryland's future and the concerns over its price tag on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Baltimore is no stranger to shortages, but for first responders experiencing a new twist. In our next half hour, the calls for assistance that were denied.
And a group at the center of a Fox 45 News investigation gets an influx of money despite the growing concern. How much money Mosby is receiving and why the city is standing by its decision.
Temperatures are mild this morning. If you want some more rain, you got it. Coming up later today, we'll take a look at when that could impact you. It's all ahead on Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:11 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast here. We saw a few showers earlier this morning. In fact, when you look at the HD radar right now, we'll pull that up, and most of those showers are in the eastern shore. Just a few light showers there for parts of Kent and into parts of Cecil County as well. Statewide, our temperatures are in the lower 60s for western Maryland, mid to upper 60s for Baltimore and Bel Air over to Chestertown, 69 in Annapolis, actually lower 70s in Westminster, so Carroll County a little bit warmer this morning. Here's a look at the next 12 hours. Numbers steadily rising, mid to upper 70s through the course of the morning time. And we'll be on our way to the low and mid 80s, so actually cooler for this afternoon than what we saw the last few days. We're back with your full forecast. We'll track that rain and how it could impact you as well, and if there's any more storms in our future as well.
That sounds good, Justin. Thank you. Coming up this morning, the White House is standing up for a Wall Street Journal reporter, why she's been the target of recent online attacks from India. And this weekend is expected to break records. That's according to AAA. Why experts are claiming this will be a very busy travel summer ahead. Time now 5:12. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Taking you live to the White House this morning as it was condemning the harassment of a Wall Street Journal reporter.
This comes after she questioned the Prime Minister of India about his government's human rights record.
Now, critics accuse Prime Minister Modi of trying to crack down on dissent and introducing policies that discriminate against minorities. During a state visit last week, the one spokesperson asked Modi about what steps he was taking to protect Muslims and other minorities and uphold free speech. Since then, she's been seen as a target of online attacks, even from officials in Modi's party. The White House calling the harassment unacceptable.
We're certainly here at the White House under this administration. We're committed to the freedom of the press, which is why we had the press conference last week. So just want to remind folks, that's why we had the press conference last week.
Responding to the question, Modi defended his government's record, insisting India has no space for discrimination. The Wall Street Journal releasing a statement yesterday condemning the harassment. The outlet calls Siddiqui a, quote, respected journalist known for her integrity and unbiased reporting.
You see the hail right there, and trees also being knocked down. Marylanders picking up the pieces this morning after severe storms just swept through part of the state last night.
Check out some of these pictures on the left. You're seeing what Joseph sent to us. He says that he was delivering mail when 2 trees fell into the road within minutes of each other. And then the picture on the right, that's from Jason there, showing storm damage there in West Towson. Many people seeing trees like that down. We need to see what we're dealing with here this morning now.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us, talking about another possible storms coming through, but not as severe.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. We're going to see an afternoon with showers developing, thunderstorms, kind of the same thing. This is a very summer-like weather pattern as we are now in summer. The first weekend of summer is behind us now, and our temperatures are actually going to be cooler this afternoon as that cold front moves through. But you can see those clouds kind of hanging around right now from our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam, and numbers that are in the 60s for a lot of us. You can always catch those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. Some of you still seeing a few leftover showers up into Edgewood and Aberdeen, even into Bel Air. You can see a few more of those moderate rain showers at this time, but not really any lightning strikes. So that's good news. We're not talking about storms here this morning. Also out toward Queenstown into Centerville, up into Chestertown on the eastern shore, a few of those leftover showers as well. But when you pull out a little bit farther, you can actually see more of that activity as well to the east of us, already moving off into the ocean. And we've got drier conditions at least for the next few hours before we start to get back into that same thunderstorm setup. So this is through 10 a.m. on your hourly future scan. Notice just how dry we are. We'll get more cloud cover building right about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's when you'll start to see those pop-up showers and a couple of thunderstorms into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour for later today. That's going to move right through the 95 corridor and push out of here by about 6 p.m. So should be good to go for the O's game tonight. I know they got the game in after a delay last night at Camden Yards. If you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, we're talking upper 60s and lower 70s. So kind of mild conditions for your morning, and not a bad day to hang by the pool, at least for the first half of the day on your splash cast. That UV index still in that very high category, but our temperatures in the upper 70s and low to mid 80s. It's going to be after about 2 or 3 when some of those storms are going to roll through, and you want to make sure to be out of the pool and inside. Upper 70s and low to mid 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Numbers for Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those low to mid 80s as well for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Here's a look at our temperature tracker, and if you notice, we actually are kind of hovering just below average here today and tomorrow. What happens on Thursday and Friday? A little bit back near or even above average as we head into the first weekend of July. And here's a look at our future scan. There's the cold front passing through the area. So there are the showers that we're talking about between about 2 and 5 p.m. is going to be our timing for those showers. But by Wednesday afternoon, we're going to be drying out nicely and keep that drying trend going into Thursday as well before we bring another chance of showers in for the weekend. 7 days from today, guys, a week from today is Independence Day. So we've got the 4th of July right around the corner, inside of 70 days for Labor Day. How about the Ravens home opener now in 75 days from right now? And there is Boney Berry right there. Yeah, 126 days until Halloween, if you are interested in that kind of stuff. All right, 80s today and tomorrow, upper 80s, as I mentioned, as we head toward the end of the week. Drier for Wednesday and Thursday, but we do have some unsettled weather right as we head into the beginning of the weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network on this Tuesday morning. And one indicator that we have right here in your Lynn Solar Traffic Network is the shutdown of where Cromwell Bridge Road is closed both directions because of a water main break yesterday. That's still shut down apparently this morning. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. A pretty good start out there right now for travel on Metro Subway Link. It's operating on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Of course, the story is Light Rail Link with that service disruption between Timonium Fairgrounds and Hunt Valley. That's due to maintenance ongoing through the end of the month. You'll find shuttle buses in place bridging the gap there and a delay associated with it of up to 20 minutes, so allow time for travel there. Out there on the MARC system, we've got Penn Train 505 and Penn Train 403 operating with delays, presently running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains look good for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Well, we are taking you live now to the Bay Bridge as AAA is forecasting this weekend to break records for travel heading into the 4th of July holiday. Nearly 60 million people are expected to travel more than 50 miles from home. At least 43 million of them will go by car and about 4 million people will fly. While gas prices are down this year, airfare is up by as much as 50% over last year. Experts say it all points to a busy summer travel season ahead.
I think this is a real scene setter for what we're going to see for the rest of summer. If the 4th of July is really packed, then probably the rest of summer travel is really going to be robust.
Nearly 1 million Marylanders are expected to travel this upcoming weekend for the 4th of July. According to AAA, around 874,000 of those travelers will do it on the road. Safety experts are warning travelers to drive safe this year as there has been a nationwide spike in fatality rates in car crashes.
And we want to see how you're celebrating the 4th. You can scan the QR code you see right there on your screen, where you can share your pictures and videos, or you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. You can see them shared both on air and online.
A handful of malaria cases originate in the U.S. After the break, what the CDC is recommending to stay safe.
And another person set to be arraigned in the federal documents probe against Donald Trump. We'll have the newly released audio just ahead here from the Live Center. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Topping your health headlines, 5 cases of malaria emerging in the U.S. leads to a health alert. The 4 Florida cases and 1 Texas case were the first locally acquired malaria cases in America in 20 years, meaning the disease was not contracted outside the country. The CDC says the cases do not appear to be linked and all patients are in recovery. The agency recommends using repellent and wearing long-sleeve shirts and pants to protect against mosquitoes. In 4 days, recreational marijuana use will become legal in Maryland.
And before this Saturday comes, we want to give you a warning about edible THC products. Many look just like the candy the kids love, and there is such a thing as eating too much. And there are reports of kids getting sick all across the country. The director of Florida's Poison Control describes just how often this happens and how dangerous it could be.
Not a day goes by where I don't get a call about a child that's gotten into, one of these gummy products, some of whom need help breathing. And so you have to put a tube into their airway.
Experts recommend having not just cabinet locks, but lockable medicine bags or boxes to make sure the kids can't get their hands on the drugs.
We're still seeing and feeling some of the showers this morning with some pop-up storms scheduled for later today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking if showers are in the forecast for your holiday weekend.
Keeping an eye on your tax dollars in the city, and just ahead, we'll look into a nonprofit that's accused of misusing hundreds of thousands of them. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Tuesday morning. It is June 27th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers as a lot are maybe waking up and heading out to start cleaning up some branches out of their driveways and roads.
Yeah, some of that wind damage that we saw yesterday, Tom, Megan, and some of the hail damage as well from that weather alert day. Thankfully, we are not seeing any of that, at least right now. This is in our Towson area. You can see that 695 moving along nicely. And we all seeing with some wet roads out there still from some of the rain that we saw earlier this morning. Mid to upper 60s right now, Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 69. We're at 68 in Dundalk and mid to upper 60s for Essex and Middle River. A yard and gardening cast. So hopefully you got some good rain yesterday. Numbers rising to the mid to upper 70s through 10 a.m. and on our way to the low and mid 80s. So we'll actually be cooler for this afternoon on your snowball cast here. Looking at numbers in the mid 80s today, but we are tracking another round of showers and pop-up thunderstorms. thunderstorms. Drier tomorrow, and then those temperatures will start climbing as we head into the final days of June and get closer to July 4th weekend. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Any issues out there, Tom?
Yeah, just a little bit that we have. Nothing on those secondary roads that we can see so far, or the main roads we can see so far. It's the secondary roads where a lot of that debris is there. In fact, BGE reporting just less than 2,000 customers without power now. That's a huge improvement from last night. So great work there. Taking a look at the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and volume starting to pick up. So it's a little bit of a slowdown. You see that in the yellow. If you're traveling north on 95, you have a little bit of a yellow coming in there. But everyone else moving along just fine.
This morning, in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is demanding accountability for your tax dollars and safety.
We're getting a better look at the city's first responder shortage. Fox 45 is demanding answers after a troubling announcement that dispatchers made over the weekend.
And the city is doling out millions of dollars to nonprofit groups, but it's still not clear exactly how that money will be used. We begin here with Shannon Lilly. She is joining us live this morning from City Hall with the calls for accountability for your tax dollars. Shannon.
Well, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, Megan, is allocating another $13 million in ARPA funds to community organizations. But this all comes as Fox 45 News continues to investigate, especially one nonprofit that is now accused of misusing that federal funding. And we're talking about Lazarus Wright. This is a nonprofit that helps ex-offenders with reentry, and Christopher Irvin is the founder of this nonprofit. Earlier this year, the city granted the nonprofit a $1.6 million contract under the Mayor's Clean Core program, which you'll remember allocated $15 million of the city's COVID relief funding to nonprofits tasked with hiring crews to help pick up trash across the city. But Irvin's contract was ultimately canned. The contract termination letter claiming Lazarus Wright misused up to $267,000 taxpayer dollars. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer says more should be done to prevent wasting your money.
We definitely have to make sure that when money's going out the door and it's taxpayer money, that it's met with the proper transparency and accountability.
So Councilman Schleifer, you'll remember, has proposed a bill that would create a more robust oversight system for when public dollars are given to these private companies, which hopefully, Tom, would prevent something like this from happening in the future.
Yeah, Shannon, what is the city saying about this situation?
Well, we reached out to the mayor's office, Tom, to see if they properly vetted this nonprofit ahead of time. We did get a response, and we want to pull that up right here on your screen. They say, quote, the Lazarus Wright Inc. was a partner nonprofit that successfully cleaned their awarded neighborhoods, but struggled with fiscal compliance. In alignment with the monitoring and oversight controls in place for all Clean Core partners, the contract with Lazarus Wright was terminated. Meanwhile, Fox 45 News found documents revealing that Irvin actually filed for bankruptcy months before the city handed him a check for more than $400,000. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
When it comes to first responders in Baltimore City, between equipment not operating and jobs not filled, there may not be enough support to respond to emergencies.
Baltimore City Fire Department, 0700 hours. The following units are out of service. Truck 5, Truck 8.
Those are the sounds of dispatchers Saturday sounding the alarm about a long list of fire equipment which was out of service because there was no one to operate it. The president of the Firefighters Union, Matt Koester, says staffing is at critical low levels.
They're not going to sign up for overtime every weekend in the summer. It's not going to happen.
It's no secret we have a huge workload.
Currently, the city has 130 vacancies for firefighters, 63 for paramedics. Those currently on staff say they're reaching a breaking point. Administrators say the department did ask City Hall for a slice of the $641 million in federal COVID funds it recently received to help with their shortage, but were not awarded anything.
This morning, we are following new developments in the Marilyn Mosby trial. Court filings show her public defenders may renew a request from her previous attorneys for a change of venue. The indication comes as both the prosecution and defense request changes to pretrial deadlines. In January, the court denied a request from Mosby's previous defense team to move the trial to Greenbelt, arguing local media coverage would have too much of an impact on a Baltimore trial. The former city state's attorney is accused of perjury and making false statements on mortgage applications. She has maintained her innocence. This morning, a few updates in the federal documents probe against former President Donald Trump.
A member of the president's team set to be arraigned today. Taylor Stewart is in our live center with the latest. Taylor.
Well, that's right. Probably unfamiliar name of the valet driver of the former president set to be arraigned today in connection to the classified documents found at the former president's Florida home. His name is Walt Nada. He was charged earlier this month, and his arraignment was originally postponed to give him more time to find a Florida-based attorney. Well, this morning, we're also hearing parts of an audio clip from the former president. This obtained by CNN, where the former president cites a document that he says rebuts claims by General Milley. He feared having to keep then the president from manufacturing a crisis with Iran after the 2020 election.
Well, with Milley, let me see that. I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this. This was him. This was the Defense Department and him.
That audio likely to be used as evidence in the former president's trial. As new details emerge, we'll keep you informed right here at the Live Center.
Anne Arundel County is in a debate over allowing various flags in its schools. Coming up in our next half hour, the policy sparking the controversy.
But first, Howard County is helping you stay safe this 4th of July, the event that you need to attend to make sure that you're staying safe this holiday.
Today, we are feeling slightly cooler as our next weather maker rolls in. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long it will last and how your holiday weekend forecast will be holding up. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
We're 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Weather Authority forecast. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. Hey, still some showers out there, especially for you in Rock Hall, Chestertown, even a couple of those little orange areas indicating some moderate rain. But notice our lightning strike counter at 0. So it's just rain that we're seeing for you on the eastern shore, at least for right now. Grab the sunglasses. You will need them today because that sun is going to be out for at least part of the day, and then have the umbrella ready to go too because we have more showers and thunderstorms developing as we head toward the afternoon. So we should top out right about 80 84, so cooler than yesterday. Those showers and storms hanging with us here into the afternoon and some into the early evening as well. We'll take a full look at your forecast, including what we can expect for the O's game tonight, as well as your 4th of July weekend in just a bit.
Sounds great. Thank you, Justin. Today, Howard County is hosting its annual fireworks safety demonstration. Medical professionals will be speaking on Maryland's fireworks laws and safety measures that should take place. There will also be a demonstration of legal and illegal explosive devices by the Office of the State Fire Marshal's Bomb Squad. It's going to be at 10 a.m. at the Public Safety Training Center in Marriottsville.
Orange and Black Gives Back Week of Service continues today. The Baltimore Orioles, the Bowie Bay Sox, and the Green Team Bowie are joining together to clean up parks in the area for a couple hours. It all starts at 11 at Prince George's Stadium. LSU Tigers win the Baseball College World Series title. The record's broken by the team.
And when a powerful storm and a cruise ship meet, there's some crazy video to show. Coming up, the close calls from vacationers just trying to enjoy the Bahamas. Time now 5:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning.
O's number 3 prospect Jordan Westburg makes his major league debut.
And the team starts their series against the Cincinnati Reds off with a win. After 3 innings, the team's got a nearly 2-hour break for a rain delay. Now, when the game got started back up just after 10 p.m., the O's bats catching fire there. In the 5th, they led 7-1. Westburg taking the plate with a single to left for his first MLB hit there. A memorable night for Westburg and the O's as they take home the win here. The final score last night, 10-3.
For the first time since 2009, the LSU Tigers are national champs. And Bayou Bengals dominated the University of Florida Gators in Game 3 of the College World Series. Final score 18-4. Tigers pitcher Paul Skeens was named the College World Series most outstanding player.
Now we want to give a shout out to our very own Morgan Adsit on being honored by the National Sports Media Association as the Maryland Sportscaster of the Year in Winston-Salem. So very well deserved. She is pictured here with Dan Conley and Rich DeBroff, who both earned honors as Maryland Sports Writers of the Year. Congratulations to all three. What an honor.
Well, caught on camera, drone footage captures a curious humpback whale right near a kayaker. You can see it from this drone. Now, this happened just off the coast of Bondi Beach in Sydney over the weekend. The video comes as 5,000 humpback whales were spotted off the coast of New South Wales in Australia Sunday.
Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine seeing that behind you? Well, caught on camera, dramatic video showing chaos aboard a cruise ship as powerful storms moves through. Take a look at this. Royal Caribbean's Independence of the Seas. Not a nice vacation day there. That
humpback whale thing reminds me of Dane Cook. Remember? Everybody gets humpback whales. Everybody gets a school with a full faculty.
I don't remember, but I like how you're. I like how you're.
Oprah would always give stuff away. That's what he was saying. He was like, "No, everybody gets humpback whales."
No, not a Dane Cook fan.
But that whale was crazy. That was. Can you imagine seeing that?
Yeah.
I feel like we've let him down.
I'll Google it.
Towson, Cam, good morning to all of you right now. We are drying out just a little bit, but yeah, could see some debris out there. We've had some trees down, some hail damage. That was all part of our weather alert day from yesterday. Looking down York Road right now, we're seeing some of those clouds hanging around and temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. No wind to speak of, but notice that dew point still at 66 degrees. So we still have a muggy atmosphere, and you can see some of these showers right now for you on the eastern shore near Rock Hall. You can see some of the heavier rain right there off the bay, and that is coming to you closer toward Betterton and over toward Chestertown as well for Kent and areas northern Queen Anne's County, but really over toward parts of Cecil County as well. This is all part of that larger system that moved through earlier and did bring us some of the heavier rainfall early this morning, but all of that is pushing off toward the east as we speak. So what's going on with our hourly future scan? Well, we're going to dry out at least for the first half of the day. In fact, you can see by 10 a.m. on your hourly future scan, expect to see a little bit more sunshine. We'll get some daytime heating, but we're not going to be as hot as we were yesterday. So instead of lower 90s, we're talking about mid 80s for a lot of us. This is about 2 p.m. on our hourly future scan, couple of pop-up showers, and then into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour, another line of showers is going to develop. Could see some strong to severe thunderstorms as well with this line between about 4 and 6 p.m. So just be aware, not completely in the clear as of yet. Those showers moving out of here by about 8, 9 o'clock, and hopefully we won't have any delays for that O's game tonight. So upper 60s and lower 70s over the next couple of hours in your rise and shine cast. Sun is up now and will be up until 8:37 tonight. And temperatures upper 70s for some of you, but low to mid 80s for most of the region. Chestertown, Stevensville, and the Eastern Shore, 80 in Annapolis, 84 in Baltimore City, and those 80s continue for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. with 84 in the capital today. All right, Camden Yards, 7:05 first pitch as the O's trying for win number 2 and their 4th win in a row, by the way, against the Reds. They're going for that tonight. Tyler Wells on the mound. Mid 70s here for that first pitch. Should see those showers out of here, but again, may run into a stray shower about 8, 9 o'clock this evening that could bring another brief delay. Just be aware of that. You know, have the ponchos ready to go, your O's ponchos as you're heading out. The O's are a nice little homestand here. They're here all the way through 4th of July weekend. All right, so 7-day forecast looks like this. Today and tomorrow, mid 80s. We're warming back up into Thursday and Friday, so we'll be back to the upper 80s and then a chance for a couple of showers here late Friday. Off and on pop-up thunderstorms on Saturday, but it does look to be drier into Sunday and Monday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and not bad at all. The only indication that we had any slowdown was at the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and that's just because of volume. Everyone else is moving along just fine. No issues on major roads. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist Graham. He's in the area, in the Towson area here, and yeah, not too bad. Looking like it's a pretty good regular morning on this Tuesday morning. People out and about. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. On the BART train system, we've got Penn Train 511 and Camden 843 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of BART are on time. You'll find Light Rail Link with that service disruption between Timonium Fairgrounds and Hunt Valley still with us through the end of the month. Shuttle buses remain in place, providing service there during the period. Of course, allow time for travel as you will take delays. Metro Subway Link on time. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The Supreme Court could soon determine the fate of President Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness program. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington. I'll tell you what we can expect during the court's final week of the term.
And a new in-depth investigation now being launched into the Titan submersible implosion. What the Coast Guard is trying to determine and who they're collaborating with to do so. Time now 5:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines, the man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students will be in court again today. If convicted, he could be facing the death penalty. Prosecutors announced yesterday that they will seek capital punishment against Brian Kohberger. They allege that Kohberger stabbed the 4 students inside their off-campus apartment in November. Kohberger was arrested in Pennsylvania in December, and he is pleading not guilty. The Coast Guard is launching an in-depth investigation into the Titan submersible implosion.
The goal is to piece together what caused the deaths of the 5 people on board headed to the Titanic wreckage. Now, during the Marine Board investigation, the Coast Guard will work to figure out what led to the sub's failure and recover more debris. Investigators will also determine if there is evidence that the crime has been committed.
As a senior investigator, I have witnessed the personal impacts associated with these types of events. And my primary goal is to prevent a similar occurrence by making the necessary recommendations to enhance the safety of the maritime domain worldwide.
The Coast Guard says it is collaborating with Canadian authorities and the National Transportation Safety Board.
As the investigation continues, some are asking who will be paying for the search and rescue attempts. The U.S. Coast Guard has declined to say how much the effort in the North Atlantic cost so far. However, some are now questioning whether wealthy travelers or companies should be responsible for costs associated with high-risk thrill adventures. The Titan tragedy, while unfortunate, will likely cost taxpayers millions of dollars. The Coast Guard is generally prohibited by federal law from collecting reimbursement related to any search or rescue effort.
All eyes on the Supreme Court as they are set to release decisions on 10 cases, including President Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness program and ones dealing with affirmative action.
National correspondent Janae Bowens joining us with what we can expect during the court's final week of the term.
My administration is working to provide up to $10,000 in student debt relief and up to $20,000 if the person seeking the relief received a Pell Grant.
The Supreme Court is set to have the final say this week on President Joe Biden's promise of student loan debt relief. There are two lawsuits, Biden versus Nebraska, which involves 6 states, and one involving 2 students, the Department of Education versus Brown.
The bigger question for this case is really, does the court think these are the right people to be bringing that case?
The administration points to the HEROES Act of 2003, which grants the U.S. Secretary of Education the authority to make changes related to student loans during a national emergency, like COVID-19. But Carrie Severino, president of the Judicial Crisis Network, says it doesn't work like that.
You're welcome to achieve your policy goals, but you have to do that the way the Constitution prescribes, and that is passing legislation through the House and the Senate and signing it. It's really back to Schoolhouse Rock, folks. That's the way the government's supposed to be run.
Now, if the court did rule in favor of Biden, civil rights attorney Robert Patillo says the conversation wouldn't end there.
There's going to be a massive push from the progressive side of the aisle to say, well, if you can do 10,000, why not all?
Another major decision is around affirmative action, whether colleges and universities can continue to use race in the admission process.
You know what? The Constitution is colorblind here. We need to make sure that racial preferences have no place in our public universities or in universities that receive public funding. Justice O'Connor said this shouldn't be necessary for more than 25 more years, and we're almost to that point.
Severino says current policies aren't needed and hurt Asian students, but Patillo fears the end of affirmative action would be a huge step backwards.
This will be the doorway to the resegregation of America.
The court's term is scheduled to end Friday, and there are about a dozen others they expect to decide, including whether a business can deny services to LGBTQ customers. Reporting in Washington, I'm Janae Bowens.
Four Baltimore City families have seen their lives do a full 180 in the last year after reaching out to Project Baltimore.
Each family had a student with disabilities in Baltimore City Public Schools and was not receiving the education they are federally required to because the district couldn't provide them with a nurse. Still, those students were receiving grades and attendance records even though they were not going to school. Now they're all back in the classroom getting the services they need.
My biggest takeaway from this whole thing is that for any parent that's struggling with Baltimore City schools, I recommend speak out. The more of us that speak out about it, the more something is bound to change. We all come together and we all work together for our children because they are our tomorrow.
Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, Project Baltimore is going to show you how these students and their families' lives have changed in the last year.
A decision is looming in Anne Arundel County regarding which flags can be displayed in classrooms. Just ahead, we'll hear why some say restrictions are needed, while others call that a violation of your rights.
Sweltering heat, lightning, thunderstorms up and down the East Coast. We're at the Live Center for the latest on severe weather. Just ahead.
Yeah, that weather alert day we had yesterday definitely brought some of those storms to our area. More on the way for us for the afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 6 o'clock on this Tuesday morning, June 27th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off this morning. Many of you might be cleaning up. I had a good ride, but you said you certainly hit some debris.
A lot of debris, a lot of branches down the road. I mean, the hail, the wind, the rain, the lightning and thunder. It was quick. It came on quick and then moved out.
Let's see if we have any more today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
Not quite done just yet. Everything is calm now, guys, but we are going to track more showers and the potential for a few more of those stronger storms later this afternoon. We are not in weather alert mode today, but we're definitely going to see more of those thunderstorms develop after about 2 or 3 o'clock. Lots of cloud cover that's out there right now from our downtown Baltimore camera. This is the top of the Transamerica building and looking out over the Inner Harbor. And those clouds are hanging around, bringing us a mild Tuesday morning. We are tracking more showers and storms, cooler today, and then we start drying out by tomorrow. So Mr. Bo says take it slow, especially if you have to run into some of that debris on the roadways, with numbers in the 60s and 70s over the next few hours. Should top out at about 84 today. We'll drop to the upper 60s again tonight and then drier, but temps stay in the mid 80s on Wednesday. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes. How's it going on the roads right now, Tom?
Actually, not looking too bad this morning out on the major highways here. As you're taking a look at our map, our area map around the Baltimore region, the major roads in the green. The only issue that you need to report is that secondary road. We're talking about Cromwell Bridge Road is shut down both directions. You see it highlighted there on that yellow marker up at the top of your screen, and that is shut down both directions. And northbound getting off 695, you're closed. You're asked to go around there because there's a water main break.
New this morning, fire investigators determine lightning as the cause of a 2-alarm fire in Bel Air. Take a look at these pictures here on your screen. As you look there, the apartment complex went up in smoke and flames. This happened just before 9:30 last night, and it took 75 firefighters to get that blaze under control in about 30 minutes. Harford County says 26 residents are now displaced. Only one person went to the hospital. The American Red Cross is now assisting more than 20 of those families to try to provide them with essential services that they now need. We do have a Fox 45 news crew heading to that scene now, and we'll bring you an update throughout the morning.
Well, Maryland is calm now. You just heard Justin saying that when it comes to severe weather threats, but it's not the same for people across our country.
We have excessive heat warnings across the South and severe thunderstorms throughout the region. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what many are bracing for. Taylor.
That's right. We are following severe weather up and down the coast. I want to show you a few of these tweets. Lightning has been the big story here. Now, this right here is in Warrington, Pennsylvania. Just look at how the lightning lit up the sky last night. And another tweet here. Look at that. I mean, it was just absolutely out of control across the Midwest, in Connecticut and in Arkansas. I want to show you what happened with this plane. Here, take a look at the Little Rock, Arkansas airport. A plane struck by lightning. Now, at this point, we've also learned 3 people died over the weekend. This happening in Arkansas, where one person was killed, rather Indiana. And you can see that tornado there. It destroyed 75 homes, according to officials. After a tree fell into a house in Arkansas, 2 other people died as well. And those storms are causing some major travel headaches, widespread delays and cancellations here on flight tracking website FlightAware. Looking right now, today we've got 658 delays, 745 cancellations on the board as of now. Looking here locally at your flights in BWI, we've got 13 delays. 8 cancellations, guys. It's only 6:03 in the morning, so we'll keep you updated. Most of those cancellations coming from the Midwest region and the South. Now, at this point, we're moving on here. We can see in Texas, summer heat is sweltering. It's roasting parts of Texas, expanding with warnings and advisories now impacting more than 45 million people spanning 7 states. Now, we also want to show you back out here live as our weather authorities continue to track this system. You guys have been sending us in your pictures through Chime In, showing us what you guys have seen outside your windows. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these videos and pictures we've been receiving. Hail in some parts of Maryland. We've also got a video here. Let me pull this one up. Another video here from lightning. This is not far from where we are here in Baltimore. And that continues to be the big story. We're going to keep tracking this. That's the latest from your live center.
All right, Taylor, thank you for that. Developing this morning, Anne Arundel County is considering a policy that would effectively ban certain flags.
This controversy, similar to what we saw in Carroll County just last year, spikes a heated debate over what teachers can display in their classrooms. Now, before yesterday's Anne Arundel County School Board hearing began, Fox 45 News spoke with some of the protesters on both sides of the issue.
Heading in the wrong direction. It's just becoming more and more limiting. And I think any good teacher knows that, a strong classroom is a classroom that can teach to all.
We always only had the United States flag in our classroom. And I really think that's what we need to do.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a closer look at what could happen if this policy were to pass. Shannon.
Well, as of now, Megan, this proposed policy stays as is. There was a vote that happened in last night's board meeting where board members opted not to make any amendments to this proposed flag ban. And it all comes ahead of the final reading and likely the vote that we're expecting next month. But in the meantime, this is a divided board. There are members that strongly oppose this policy while others support it. So let's listen to those two different perspectives.
I'm opposed to it because some of our students are not seen and heard in their communities or in their households. And it is very important that they feel part of the community.
I think that a lot of people probably understand that I was the board member who wanted to see this policy created. And I am very proud of that. But I will also say that it's not because of any reason other than constituents coming to me with concerns.
As you just heard there, Corinne Frank is the board member pushing for the policy. She says there were concerns brought to her about disruptions in school related to flags. Now, if approved, the policy would limit the flags that could be displayed on school property, banning the LGBTQ pride flag from being displayed in all of the 127 school buildings. The policy was first introduced during a board meeting last month, and since then, more than 1,000 comments have been submitted, both in favor and against. Those against see this as a freedom of speech issue. In the meantime, this decision, as I mentioned, still hangs in the balance. The board will likely have a final reading and their vote on July 12th. That's when their next meeting is set to take place. And if this policy is approved, it would go into effect as early as next school year. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Looking ahead to next Thursday, the state board assigned to implement the blueprint for Maryland's future expects to receive education plans from every public school system in the state by July 6th. Maryland's General Assembly passing the so-called Kerwin Plan in 2021. It will pump $30 billion additional tax dollars into public education statewide over the first 10 years, and then an additional $4 billion every year after that. The plans that school systems submit must show how they are working to meet the requirements of the blueprint.
We're in the process of analyzing those. And by the end of next month, that is July, around the 27th of July, we will make a recommendation as to whether or not they have fulfilled the requirements of the initial blueprint.
Bill for the Kerwin Plan is coming due. Taxpayers aren't happy about it. A poll from the Maryland Public Policy Institute shows 63% of Marylanders oppose the tax increases needed to fund education spending. Baltimore City alone is paying $67 million more than it had planned on. Leaders all across the state have sounded the alarm about the spending. Mayor Brandon Scott calling it a gut punch. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says lawmakers need to make a change before taxpayers face consequences like program cuts and tax increases.
What needs to happen is that the state legislature, they need to go back to the drawing board, figure out a way to slow the implementation of it and make sure that taxpayers aren't on the hook for an education system that is requiring billions upon billions of dollars more in taxpayer funding.
Well, you can find more on the blueprint for Maryland's future and the concerns over its price tag on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Many nonprofit groups receiving millions of dollars through ARPA funding. Why some are questioning how they're using your tax dollars.
Valet for former President Trump set to be arraigned today. Still ahead this morning, their connection to Trump's classified documents.
We're drying out for now, but we do have the potential for some more showers and thunderstorms as we head toward the afternoon. Breaking down your forecast right here on Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. Just about 6:12 on your Tuesday morning. Hopefully got some rain for your yards yesterday and not too much damage out there. We're tracking some showers right now on the eastern shore. So from this vantage point, you can look, it's looking across to the east, and that's where all that cloud cover is. Let's fire up that HD radar, and you can see some of those showers for Aberdeen, just south of Port Deposit, over toward Copeland and Baywood Manor into the Delta Heights region and Rock Hall. Basically for you on the eastern shore, you're seeing some of these rain showers. But notice the lightning strikes counter still at 0. This is down to Chestertown, even just north of Centerville. So that's what you're waking up to. We're going to see more of those showers and storms develop as we head toward the afternoon. Out for a run or a jog right now. If you're not dealing with rain, you'll stay dry. But temperatures in the 70s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast, including a look ahead to our holiday weekend that's around the corner. That's coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Many Marylanders cleaning up this morning after severe storms. Coming up after the break, we take a look at some of your pictures that you submitted through our Chime In app.
But first, expect a big spike in travelers for the July 4th weekend. Still ahead this morning, how many Marylanders are expected to hit the roads in the sky? Time now 6:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.15 and taking a look at the severe thunderstorms as they were rolling through our area.
Man, many residents in Lutherville seeing hail in their area. There were hail reports in multiple locations all across Baltimore County, also in White Marsh.
And look at how it was blinding on 70 here, right near Security Boulevard. Chevy Storm Tracker was in the middle of it when the National Weather Service issued its warning.
And then finally, we want to share some video. This is from our harbor cam. Look at that. This is a time lapse of that same storm rolling in. Look at the clouds, that movement right there. This was the first of the severe storms to arrive yesterday. At their peak, about 6,600 people were without power.
We are also looking at your Chime In pictures. Brian sent us this one of lightning caught on one of his cameras there outside of his home.
Pretty good one. Joseph from West Towson sending us this one here. A tree branch. Oh, man, not what you want to see. Going through the roof because of that storm right there. And that's the cleanup here, the not fun part that they're going to be dealing with today. We'd love to see your weather pictures, your video from the aftermath of the severe storms. You can upload them to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. You could see them on air or online.
Now we want to get another check on if we will see that again today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with us.
That's why we shifted into weather alert mode yesterday, guys, talking about those strong to severe thunderstorms. And today we'll see more rain. Also, the potential does exist for a few more of those pop-up storms, especially after about 2, 3 o'clock for the afternoon. Some of you still waking up to some rain as it's kind of left over. We have this unsettled weather pattern that continues. So our downtown Baltimore cam, well, the sun is up just behind the clouds right there from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky cam, and looking out toward the east is where we're seeing some of those showers at this time. Upper 60s, that's the official number, 69 at BWI Thurgood Marshall, and that 90% humidity. You definitely feel it when you step outside, but it's not as warm as it was yesterday morning at this time. Here's a look at that HD radar. This is for you in Aberdeen and out toward the eastern shore. Just moved through Rock Hall, just right around Chestertown over to Churchill and just north of Centerville. This is what we're seeing right now. We pull back a little bit farther and you can see there's nothing really for us along the Baltimore region or areas out toward the west, but more of that heavier rain is basically off the coast of New Jersey now and moving up toward the northeast at this time. Here's a look at our hourly future scan. So even though we're getting some showers right now, we all are going to dry out that 9 and 10 o'clock hour this morning. So we'll see that sun that will be back with us. Cooler temps today. This is right about 2 p.m. where some of those showers will start to develop, and really it looks like to be the best chance for another line of thunderstorms that could bring the damaging wind gusts and some lightning as well. Starts about 4 p.m. You can see those areas here, Westminster, Gaithersburg, down into Laurel and Annapolis, and that pushes through the Baltimore region in the 95 corridor for that 5 and 6 o'clock hour. Most of that rain is pushing out of here. Still a few leftover showers possible for this evening. So overall, if you do want to get out there and hit the links, hopefully there's not a lot of damage on some of those golf courses. We know trees everywhere along those courses. I know I'm usually in the trees when I'm playing. 75 by 9 a.m. into the lower 80s through about noontime today. And again, watch for those thunderstorms later today. When thunder roars, head indoors. Upper 70s and low to mid 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Those numbers are going to be below average for this time of year. Same thing for you there in Hartford and Cecil counties. Upper 70s and those lower 80s for you later this afternoon. And we're keeping those 80s going up and down the 95 corridor. So had a couple of days in a row with those 90s, but now we're back into the 80s for today. And hopefully, speaking of things in a row, we'd like to get that fourth win in a row for the O's tonight at Camden Yards, back at it against the Reds. We cooled off the Reds. They were red hot, but we got the win last night, and hopefully we can get another win tonight with temperatures in the mid-70s for that first pitch. Again, maybe a delay for tonight's game, but overall looking great for tomorrow night's game. This weekend, we do bring another chance of a couple of pop-up showers and thunderstorms, especially late Friday into Saturday. That's going to be the unsettled part of the weekend, but we'll be back warmer. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and the major roads all around the Baltimore region looking great. Only issues that water main break right on Cromwell Bridge Road, shutting down both north and south directions in front of the Lock Raven High School. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit, and we have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 511 and Camden train 845 operating with delays, both running about 5 to 10 minutes late, allowed time for travel there. You'll find light rail link with a service disruption in place between Timonium Fairground and Hunt Valley stations, and shuttle buses remain in place due to that disruption, all related to maintenance ongoing through the end of the month. Certainly allow time for travel, as you will take delays. If your ride is on Metro Subway Link, no delays or issues there on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. If you're a meat lover and want a special treat, look no further than your front door. After the break, how you can get tasty steaks without leaving the house. Shut the front door. No, we're not kidding. 6:21 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Get some of the best steaks delivered right to your door this summer.
Consumer Reports tasted steaks from several mail-order companies to find out which ones are a cut above the rest.
The filet was the best steak I've ever had.
I don't know which was which, but it was all great.
It's a tough job, but someone had to do it. A blind panel of 8 tasters from Consumer Reports sampled popular filet mignon and ribeye cuts from Omaha Steaks, the Kansas City Steak Company, and Snake River Farms.
The companies didn't know that we were testing these steaks. They didn't send them to us. We bought them just as any consumer would.
The panel looked at everything from the packaging to the steak's appearance, aroma, flavor, and texture. Snake River Farms was voted editor's choice.
The filet mignon was everyone's favorite, and the cowboy steak was a stunner that would make any meat lover happy.
Snake River Farms fillets didn't come cheap at $8.50 an ounce, and the 40-ounce ribeye cost $158 or $3.95 an ounce. Voted best for a crowd, the Kansas City Steak Company's filet was $5.83 an ounce, and the 18-ounce ribeye was about $70 or $3.96 an ounce.
Most tasters like this ribeye the best, even if it wasn't the prettiest.
Omaha Steaks was voted best value.
Neither the filet or the ribeye were anyone's favorites in the taste test, but we really appreciated how beautifully butchered and well marbled the steaks were.
Omaha was the least expensive of the 3. Its filet was $4.76 an ounce, and the ribeye cost $3.54 an ounce. Consumer Reports said many tasters compared Omaha's steaks to a really good supermarket steak, a perfectly fine option and an especially good value.
Consumer Reports says the steaks from all 3 companies come frozen and packed with dry ice, so there's no pressure to eat them as soon as they are delivered.
We are expecting another round of thunderstorms for the afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long this weather maker will last.
We're keeping an eye on your tax dollars in the city, and just ahead, we're looking into a nonprofit that's accused of misusing hundreds of thousands of them. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, June 27th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like after yesterday's weather alert day, it looks like it's a little bit calmer today.
See what we have in store. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us.
Yeah, not getting storms this morning, guys, but we definitely have seen some rain, and some of you on the Eastern Shore waking up to some rumbles of thunder and even some of these showers that we're seeing right now. You can actually see that here on our map. We're talking to you in Cecil County, Kent County, Queen Anne's County, right around Chestertown. You can see that little moderate rain shower, but no lightning strikes, at least right now, that we have seen. Here's a look at our temperatures, too. 60s, lower 60s in western Maryland, but upper 60s for Bel Air and Baltimore, down through Annapolis at 69, 68 in North Beach right now. Our yard and gardening cast, hopefully you got some rain from Mother Nature yesterday, and more is on the way today. We're talking about low to mid 80s, so our temperatures will be cooler than those 90s we've seen for the last few days. 84 for this afternoon. Again, showers and a couple of more thunderstorms to deal with, but Wednesday and Thursday, drier conditions heading toward the end of the week. We do have some unsettled weather as we head into our holiday weekend. Probably not what you want to hear, but we'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region looking great. No major issues. The only one that we want to report and remind you about is the closure of Cromwell Bridge Road because of a water main break yesterday. That's still shut down today. That's right in front of Lock Raven High School. So just give you an idea of where that is.
This morning, in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is demanding accountability for your tax dollars and safety.
We're getting a better look at the city's first responder shortage. Fox 45 demanding answers after a troubling announcement that dispatchers made over the weekend.
And the city is doling out millions of dollars to nonprofit groups, but it's still not clear exactly how that money will be used.
We begin with Shannon Lilly. She is live from City Hall this morning with calls for accountability for your tax dollars. Shannon.
Yeah, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, Tom, is now allocating another $13 million in ARPA funds to these community organizations. And this comes as Fox 45 News has been looking into where that money is going, especially with one nonprofit that is now accused of misusing those federal dollars. In fact, we know that this is the Lazarus Right nonprofit, and this is a nonprofit that helps ex-offenders get back into society. It is all run by Christopher Irvin. He's the founder. And earlier this year, the city granted the nonprofit a $1.6 million contract under the mayor's Clean Core program. Remember, the Clean Core program allocated $15 million of the city's COVID relief funding to nonprofits tasked with hiring crews to help pick up trash across the city. But Irvin's contract was ultimately canned. The contract termination letter claiming Lazarus Right misused up to $267,000 taxpayer dollars. Councilman Schleifer says more should be done to prevent wasting your money.
We definitely have to make sure that when money's going out the door and it's taxpayer money, that it's met with the proper transparency and accountability.
So Councilman Schleifer created a bill that would create a more robust oversight system for when public dollars are given to private companies. And that's a bill that's proposed right now, guys, that would hopefully prevent this from happening in the future.
Interesting. Shannon, what is the city saying about the situation?
So we reached out to the mayor's office, Megan, and we asked if this nonprofit was properly vetted by the city beforehand. We did get a response, which we want to pull up right here on your screen. They say, quote, the Lazarus Right Incorporated was a partner nonprofit that successfully cleaned their awarded neighborhoods, but struggled with fiscal compliance. In alignment with the monitoring and oversight controls in place for all Clean Core partners, the contract with Lazarus Right was terminated. Meanwhile, Fox 45 News found documents revealing that Irvin filed for bankruptcy just months before the city gave him a $400,000 check. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. When it comes to first responders in Baltimore City, between equipment not operating and jobs not being filled, there may not be enough support to respond to emergencies.
Baltimore City Fire Department, 0700 hours. The following units are out of service. Truck 5, Truck 8.
Those are the sounds of dispatchers Saturday, sounding the alarm about a long list of fire equipment which was out of service because there was no one to operate them. Well, the president of the Firefighters Union, Matt Coaster, says staffing is at critically low levels.
They're not going to
sign up for overtime every weekend in the summer. It's not going to happen.
It's no secret we have a huge workload.
Currently, the city has 130 vacancies for firefighters, 63 for paramedics, and those currently on staff say they're reaching a breaking point. Administrators say the department did ask City Hall for a slice of the $641 million in federal COVID funds to help with their shortage, but were not awarded anything.
And that's not the first time that we've heard of staffing shortages taking a toll on first responders. In September, one paramedic threatened to drive an ambulance into the Inner Harbor. Listen in.
For the third time, we told you we are out of service per EMS2 for relief. I'm completely prepared to tell my driver to disembark, and I will drive this thing in the Inner Harbor.
You can hear the frustration there. You can listen to more audio and find the full report right now on foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, it's been more than a month since Baltimore City officials unveil a plan to enforce youth curfew. We're learning not a single child has been taken to the youth connection centers. According to the Baltimore Sun, Brian Doherty is a spokesperson for Mayor Brandon Scott's office, and he says the city's outreach efforts is working, but according to the Sun, he declined how many youth have been found in violation of curfew.
New this morning, we are taking a live look now of the aftermath of a 2-alarm fire in Bel Air here. An apartment complex went up in smoke and flames just before 9:30 last night. It took 75 firefighters to control the blaze in about 30 minutes. You can see crews are still out there right now. We are hearing that Harford County is saying 26 residents are now displaced because of this. Only one person went to the hospital. The American Red Cross is assisting more than 20 of those families to try and provide them with essential services. Again, a live look at that situation out there this morning as crews are still on the scene right now. This morning, a few updates in the federal documents probe against former President Donald Trump.
A member of the president's team set to be arraigned today. Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with the latest. Taylor.
That's right. A valet driver for the president is set to be arraigned in connection with the classified documents found at the former president's Florida home. His name is Walt Nada. He was charged earlier this month, and originally his arraignment was supposed to happen earlier this month, but it was postponed to give him time to find a Florida-based lawyer. This morning, we are also hearing parts of an audio clip from the former president. This was obtained by CNN, where the president cites a document that he says rebuts claims by General Milley. He feared having to keep the then president from manufacturing a crisis in Iran after the 2020 election.
Well, with Milley, let me see that. I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this. This was him. This was the Defense Department and him.
Now, that audio is likely to be used as evidence in the former president's trial. We'll keep you updated as new details emerge here at the Live Center.
Don't have answers, and I'm pretty sure that we'll never have any.
4 families coming forward to Project Baltimore saying the school system violated their rights. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, we take a look at how these students and their families' lives changed from last year to now.
What I see is a trampling of First Amendment rights here.
A heated debate in Anne Arundel County over what teachers can display in their classrooms. Still ahead, what a new policy would do, and the voices on both sides.
And we will be in the low 80s with a few thunderstorms today. Just ahead, when we'll start to dry out. Time now 6:37, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Parts of the country are still having air quality issues due to drifting smoke from wildfires burning in Canada, including this hazy view from Marion, Wisconsin. The wildfire smoke has also reached Europe. Meanwhile, these asparagus clouds spotted over Columbia, South Carolina Monday morning looks like a painting, but these very real clouds get their wavy form when the air rolls up and down.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Welcome back. 6:40 is your time right now. We're just 20 minutes in front of 7 o'clock. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, there's some sun starting to break out a little bit. We're seeing calm conditions right now, but some of you in the Eastern Shore continue to see some of these rain showers here for Churchill up into areas up toward Port Deposit. For Cecil and Kent counties mainly is what we're seeing. Ahoy, boaters and watermen, if you do want to get out on the water today, we're looking good. That high tide at 1:41 p.m., low tide at 7:58. Now, temps are going to be in the mid-70s this morning. Watch for those showers and thunderstorms to develop later into the afternoon. We might need some special marine warnings for that, but no small craft advisory for today as that wind is going to stay in check. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about those storms and track it hour by hour coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Today, Howard County is hosting its annual fireworks safety demonstration. Medical professionals will be speaking on Maryland's fireworks laws and safety measures that should take place. There will also be a demonstration of legal and illegal explosive devices by the Office of the State Fire Marshal's Bomb Squad. It's going to start at 10 a.m. and it's happening at the Public Safety Training Center in Marriottsville.
Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski will visit small businesses throughout the region today. He'll make stops in White Marsh, Towson, Parkville, Nottingham starting at noon. He'll be engaging with business owners, learning about operations and recognizing their community contributions.
People all over Baltimore are outraged. It disgusts me. We deserve better.
More than 100 Baltimore residents filing a class action lawsuit against BGE. In about 20 minutes, their attorney will be joining us live with a breakdown of that lawsuit.
It's been 2 weeks since the new citation docket went into effect. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, why some are questioning if Baltimore police are actually issuing citations. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .645, a decision looming in Anne Arundel County over whether various flags should be banned in classrooms.
Last night, the school board heard public comment on the policy, and they took a vote on whether to make amendments to it.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the outcome of that vote. Shannon?
Well, with that vote last night, Tom, board members are opting not to make amendments to this proposed flag ban, and it all comes ahead of their final reading and likely their vote that we expect to happen next month. But this is a divided board. We heard from one board member who argues that this policy is a violation of students' First Amendment rights. But then we also heard from another board member who says that this policy could help prevent disruptions in schools related to flags. So certainly sparking some fierce debate here, and we're going to hear from both of sides on this in just the next 15 minutes or so. We're also going to break down exactly what happens if this policy passes and when those changes could go into effect. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Police investigating a hit and run in Annapolis that ended with the driver allegedly threatening to shoot someone.
Just after 5:15 on Saturday, the victim was driving along Annapolis Mall Road when they were hit by a gray Toyota Camry. The Toyota fled the scene and the victim followed their car. Eventually, both cars stopped in a nearby parking lot where police say the driver of the Toyota allegedly threatened the victim with a handgun before driving away. Anyone with information should contact Anne Arundel County Police.
And take a moment and look at your screen because Howard County Police need your help finding a 63-year-old Elkridge man. His name is Edward Gnocchi, and he was last seen yesterday afternoon. There's his picture here. He's 5'8" and was last seen wearing a black jacket and black pants. His family says he has various medical issues. He drives a silver Hyundai Santa Fe, license plate 9DK4424. Police say if you see him or his vehicle, you're asked to call 911. Happening today, Baltimore County Police Department hosting its 15th Youth Leadership Academy to keep youth engaged over the summer. More than 24 youth from communities throughout Baltimore County will be participating in this week-long program. Orioles will be joined by their minor league Bowie Bay Sox, and the Orange and Black Gives Back Week of Service today will be focused on the Bowie community. There are events scheduled all across the area all week long.
All right, 6:47, and it is time to see what we are in store for here today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us here.
Going to give you one bad one, one good one. So today's National Onion Day. Today's also National Ice Cream Cake Day.
Oh, those are two good things.
Well,
I like
see,
both.
in my opinion, they're not, but everybody has their own.
Bloomin' onions? No?
What about green onions from the garden?
Right.
No.
I like those.
Negative.
Do chives count?
No.
All right.
No, just the big onion.
So ice cream cake.
But bloomin' onion, I mean, you throw anything in a fryer and, you know, hey, and you got that sauce. I love the sauce that they have for that. Okay, fine. I guess it is good. It is a good day, too, because it's Tuesday, everybody. It is Hump Day Eve, our final Tuesday of the month of June. July is right around the corner. You can see our Towson camera with that sun that is now poking through some of those clouds. And our temperatures that are in the mid to upper 60s. No wind to speak of really at this time. A little southwest, maybe 3 to 5 miles an hour, but overall not too much to get in your way. On our HD radar, continuing to see these showers over through Port Deposit up into Aberdeen, out into Chestertown and Churchill. We're seeing a few of those. Even a couple of lightning strikes are now being picked up there. So just don't be surprised if you hear a few rumbles of thunder out toward Elkton and Cecil County here and northern Kent County this morning. That's where we're seeing some of that leftover action from overnight. Now, we are under a marginal risk for severe weather. That's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, not that 3 that we were on yesterday. And that does include most of the area, the entire eastern shore, and up and down the 95 corridor from Baltimore down through D.C. So this indicates that we could still see some of those pop-up stronger storms a little bit later today. Let's get an update on our hourly future scan here. 10 o'clock this morning. Notice we're dry. We'll keep those clouds kind of here and there with a mix of clouds and sun. Right about 2 p.m., you're going to start to see some of those things building, and those showers and storms really don't develop until about 4 p.m. Look at that line of storms from Westminster and Gaithersburg down through Laurel. That's going to move right into the Baltimore region by 5 p.m. So it'll be again during your afternoon and evening commute that you'll have to deal with some of these summertime thunderstorms, and then pushing out of here between 6 and 8 o'clock. So should be out in time for the O's game tonight. They had a rain delay last night, but they got the game in and they got the win too. So as you rise and shine with us next couple of hours, low to mid 70s here, not too bad. And taking a look at your splashcast, Marco. All right, there's some folks out there. UV index in that very high category. It's okay to be at the pool between now and about, I'd say, 2 o'clock this afternoon, but then some of those storms are rolling in. So you want to make sure to stay clear, get back indoors, make sure the kids are indoors, because when thunder roars, head indoors. Now, a better pool day tomorrow. Thursday looks great. Friday, not too bad. We are bringing some showers in late Friday into Saturday, so we have some unsettled weather as we head into our 4th of July weekend, but numbers that are going to be climbing. So after mid-80s today, we're close to 90 heading toward the weekend.
Well, trending now, AAA forecasting a record year for 4th of July travel. More than 50 million are expected to get out of town. Almost 1 million will be from Maryland. About 875,000 of those travelers will be taking to the roads. More than 4 million Americans expected to take a flight Independence Day weekend. When it comes to the Rays coming to Baltimore, you might be thinking about baseball.
But check this out. The actual creatures were spotted playfully swimming in the Baltimore Harbor. Andrew Doyle shared this video on Twitter of cow-nose rays. Beautiful to see swimming from land or a boat. I think they made a wrong turn there, though. They do have venomous stingers, but the good news is they're shy. They like to stay away. But I have never seen one in the Baltimore Harbor before. And now, how many are there, Tom? Like 4 or 5?
Yeah, it looks like a dozen out there. And if you listen, wait, can you hear it? Yeah, it's weird. Cow nose.
Oh, I get it.
I'll stop. Jazzy Summer Nights returning to Baltimore Peninsula. That made me sick. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, who will be headlining the Summer Music Series?
And the Black Baltimore Renaissance will be taking over the Inner Harbor this weekend. Just ahead, why the event will leave you inspired and motivated.
All right, I still need to apologize for that dad joke.
We're going to need a coffee break to regroup from all that.
I apologize.
It took me a second. I got there, though.
It was bad.
Developing now, Russian President Vladimir Putin breaking his silence after deep discord in the country.
He's thanking the Russian people for unity after the armed rebellion by a mercenary group over the weekend ended without any major bloodshed.
Putin claims the country is protected. Ukraine's president now accusing Putin of fleeing Moscow at the peak of the threat.
The head of that mercenary group now giving an explanation for why he turned his troops around before reaching Moscow, claiming he did it to protest those who have made mistakes in Russia's war in Ukraine.
As national correspondent Atra Elnishar reports, what happens next could have major implications for Russia and the rest of the world.
For the time being, Russian President Vladimir Putin is surviving the biggest threat to his grip on power. But the recent rebellion's blow to Putin's reputation may have lasting effects.
This war has certainly not gone as he planned. And, this is yet more evidence.
Beyond Russia's borders, Yevgeny Prigozhin's rebellion may help undermine Putin's invasion of Ukraine, just as the Ukrainians are carrying out their counteroffensive. President Biden says he's in constant contact with allies, assessing the fallout.
But it's still too early to reach a definitive conclusion about where this is going.
One area the rebellion hasn't appeared to hurt Putin, at least not yet, is in his relationship with China. Beijing calling the rebellion internal affairs, saying China supports Russia in maintaining stability.
They don't want to see a Russian civil war, and they're quite concerned that, that this could lead to escalation.
On Saturday, before it was clear how it would end for Prigozhin or Putin, former President Trump posted on Truth Social, "A big mess in Russia, but be careful what you wish for. Next in may be far worse." Former ambassador to Russia, John Sullivan.
The alternative could be worse. Prigozhin himself spent most of the 1980s in prison because he's a career criminal.
Whether it's potential future civil war in Russia or escalation of another kind, there are global concerns about Putin being put in a position where he feels he has nothing to lose.
That could raise some very important questions about nuclear command and control.
The U.S. treading carefully, cautious of any appearance of involvement in Russia's internal discord. American diplomats did convey their concerns to Moscow about escalation and Russia's nuclear arsenal. In Washington, I'm Atra Elnishar reporting.
Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we will speak with Dr. Mary Kate Schneider from Loyola University, Maryland, about the chaos in Russia, plus Ukraine pushing a counteroffensive.
Well, taking you live to the White House this morning as it's condemning the harassment of a Wall Street Journal reporter.
And this comes after she questioned the Prime Minister of India about his government's human rights record.
Critics accuse Prime Minister Narendra Modi of trying to crack down on dissent and introducing policies that discriminate against minorities. During a state visit last week, Sabrina Siddiqui asked Modi what steps he was taking to protect Muslims and other minorities and uphold free speech. Since then, she's been the target of online attacks, even from officials in Modi's party. The White House calls the harassment unacceptable.
We're certainly here at the White House under this administration. We're committed to the freedom of the press, which is why we had the press conference last week. So just want to remind folks, that's why we had the press conference last week.
Responding to the question, Modi defended his government's record, insisting India has no space for discrimination. The Wall Street Journal releasing a statement yesterday condemning the harassment. The outlet called Siddiqui a, quote, respected journalist known for her integrity and unbiased reporting.
A decision is looming in Anne Arundel County regarding which flags can be used in classrooms. Just ahead, we'll hear from some who say those restrictions are needed, while others call that a violation of your rights.
Critical shortage of first responders sidelines dozens of fire trucks and ambulances in Baltimore City. The very real impact on the public safety.
We're tracking a few showers this morning and then another round of showers and storms on the way for the afternoon. We'll talk about when we dry out right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 7 o'clock on this Tuesday morning, June 27th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off this morning and seeing some sunshine out there right now. Pleasant.
Yes, pleasant compared to just, 11 hours ago when we had like the storms blowing through some people. Not everybody, but a lot of us
Exactly right. Well, I know that's why we were weather alert yesterday, guys, but we're still dealing with a few showers kind of hanging around right now, not only on the eastern shore. I'm going to pop up that HD radar. It looks nice and sunny here from our Towson camera, and we are drying out. But look at this radar. A couple of little light showers here just around the western edge of Baltimore over toward Columbia. So the outer loop of the Beltway out through Catonsville, you're picking up a few showers up toward the Towson region. We've been tracking these showers in the eastern shore most of the morning. Notice the lightning strike counter, however, at a big old goose egg. So we're not talking about lightning or thunder this morning. We're talking mainly just about a few leftover showers. Mild conditions this morning, more showers and thunderstorms on the way for this afternoon. Not nearly as strong as yesterday. However, we still have to keep our eyes and ears open for that. And then we do start drying out as early as tomorrow. So Mr. Bo says take it slow. Could see some debris on some of the roadways from the storms we had yesterday. Upper 60s and low to mid 70s over the next few hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How's it going on the roads right now, Tom?
Not bad at all. In fact, taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here, looking over the inner and outer loops here at Lock Raven Boulevard, and you can see the conditions there mimic pretty much everywhere around the outer and inner loops. The only issue that we have a marker is we have one on the Harbor Tunnel. There's an incident southbound right at the in there, and they say it's 2 vehicles involved, but it's not causing any delays.
New this morning, fire investigators determined lightning is the cause of a 2-alarm fire in Bel Air. On the left-hand side of your screen, we're taking you live there right now this morning where 26 residents are now displaced. One person, we're told, did have to go to the hospital. You can see from the pictures on your right-hand side of your screen that the apartment complex went up in smoke and flames. That was just before 9:30 last night. It took 75 firefighters to control that blaze in about 30 minutes. We've seen crews out there still this morning monitoring the situation out there. We're going to keep you updated and posted as we continue to learn more on this story. Developing now, Anne Arundel County is considering a policy that would effectively ban certain flags.
Controversy similar to what we saw in Carroll County last year. It spikes a heated debate over what teachers can display in their classrooms. Before yesterday's Anne Arundel County School Board hearing began, Fox 45 News spoke with protesters on both sides of the issue.
For me, having a pride flag and a Black Lives Matter flag enables me to meet the social emotional needs of students. And if their social emotional needs are not met, they're not learning anything.
When you have the American flag, that's for everyone. Other flags divide and they categorize people, which brings confusion and also division and animosity. And so sticking with the American flag cuts out the confusion and helps the students to focus and be united.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with a closer look at what could happen if this policy were to pass. Shannon.
Well, as of now, Megan, this proposed policy stays as is. There was a vote in last night's board meeting, and in it, board members opted not to make any amendments to this proposed flag ban. And it all comes ahead of the third reader and likely the final vote and decision, which we're expecting next month. And this all comes as this is a divided board. We have seen people on both sides here, some board members strongly opposing, others strongly supporting. Let's listen to those two different perspectives.
I'm opposed to it because some of our students are not seen and heard in their communities or in their households. And it is very important that they feel part of the community.
I think that a lot of people probably understand that I was the board member who wanted to see this policy created. And I am very proud of that. But I will also say that it's not because of any reason other than constituents coming to me with concerns.
As you just heard there, Corinne Frank is the board member pushing for this policy. She says there were concerns brought to her about disruptions in school related to flags. So if approved, the policy would limit the flags that could be displayed on school property, banning the LGBTQ pride flag from being displayed in all of the 127 school buildings. The policy was first introduced during a board meeting last month, and since then, more than 1,000 comments have been submitted, both in favor and against. Those against it, though, see this as a freedom of speech issue. In the meantime, as I mentioned, the decision on this policy still hangs in the balance. We do expect that third reader and final vote likely to come on July 12th. That's the board's next meeting. And if they do approve this policy, we expect it to go into effect as early as next school year. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to hear from you. Should there be a restriction on flags in classrooms? Looking at the results right now, you can see between 90 and 91, keeps going back and forth, of those who have responded say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this.
Well, looking to next Thursday, the state board assigned to implement the blueprint for Maryland's future expects to receive education plans from every public school system in the state by July 6th. Maryland's General Assembly passing the Kerwin plan in 2021. It will pump $30 billion additional tax dollars into public education statewide over the first 10 years, then an additional $4 billion every year after that. The plans that the school systems submit must show how they are working to meet the requirements of the blueprint.
We're in the process of analyzing those. And by the end of next month, that is July, around the 27th of July, we will make a recommendation as to whether or not they have fulfilled the requirements of the initial blueprint.
Now that the bill for the Kerwin plan is coming due, taxpayers aren't happy about it. A poll from the Maryland Public Policy Institute shows 63% of Marylanders oppose the tax increases needed to fund education spending. Baltimore City alone is paying $67 million more than it had planned on. Leaders across the state have sounded the alarm about the spending. Mayor Brandon Scott calling it a gut punch. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says lawmakers need to make a change before taxpayers face consequences like program cuts and tax increases.
What needs to happen is that the state legislature, they need to go back to the drawing board, figure out a way to slow the implementation of it and make sure that taxpayers aren't on the hook for an education system that is requiring billions upon billions of dollars more in taxpayer funding.
You can find more on the blueprint for Maryland's future and the concerns over its price tag right there on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, now to a city in crisis when it comes to first responders in Baltimore. Between equipment not operating and jobs not filled, there may not be enough support to respond to emergencies.
Baltimore City Fire Department, 0700 hours. The following units are out of service. Truck 5, Truck 8.
Now, those are the sounds of dispatchers Saturday sounding the alarm about a long list of fire equipment which was, quote, out of service because there was no one to operate it. The president of the firefighter union, Mike Koster, says that staffing is at critically low levels.
They're not going to sign up for overtime every weekend in the summer. It's not going to happen.
It's no secret we have a huge workload.
Currently, the city has 130 vacancies for firefighters, 63 for paramedics, and those currently on staff say they're reaching a breaking point. Administrators say the department did ask City Hall for a slice of the $641 million in federal COVID funds it recently received to help with their shortage, but were not awarded anything.
And that's not the first time that staffing shortages have taken a toll on first responders. In September, one paramedic threatened to drive an ambulance into the Inner Harbor. Listen in.
For the third time, we told you we are out of service per EMS2 for relief. I'm completely prepared to tell my driver to disembark, and I will drive this thing in the Inner Harbor.
You can hear the frustration there. You can listen to more audio and find the full report right now on foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, it's been more than a month since Baltimore city officials unveiled a plan to enforce a youth curfew. And we are learning not a single child has been taken to a Youth Connection Center. And that's according to the Baltimore Sun. Brian Doherty, a spokesperson for Mayor Brandon Scott's office, says that the city's outreach efforts is working. But according to the Sun, he declined how many youth have been found in violation of the curfew.
Well, this morning, we are following new developments in the Maryland Mosby trial. Court filings show her public defenders may renew a request from her previous attorneys for a change of venue. Now, the indication comes as both the prosecution and defense request changes to pretrial deadlines. In January, the court denied a request from Mosby's previous defense team to move the trial to Greenbelt, arguing local media coverage would have too much of an impact on a Baltimore trial. The former city state's attorney is accused of perjury and making false statements on mortgage applications. She has maintained her innocence.
Maryland is calm now when it comes to severe weather threats, but it's not the same for people across our country.
That's right. There are excessive heat warnings across the South, severe thunderstorms throughout the region. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what some are waking up to. Taylor.
That's right. We are following severe weather up and down the East Coast. A big story here, lightning. I want to show you guys these tweets here. This in Warrington, PA. You can see the sky just lit up, as well as some other folks experiencing lightning. This was in Iowa, and a battery of lightning there as well. And we're continuing to follow that. Connecticut here, and you can see how that lightning strike just lights up the sky. It's not just happening on the ground, it's also impacting flights. Take a look here. This is video from the Little Rock Airport. It grounded a flight as lightning came down and hit the plane. And those storms caused some major travel trouble for flyers yesterday and today. We've got widespread cancellations. Delays already 10,816. Cancellations more than 1,100. I mean, this is already now at 7:10 a.m. Here at home, not as severe, but it has gone up in the last hour at Baltimore Washington International, 13. BWI also tracking 8 cancellations today so far. Now, that's here at home. But in Indiana, we've also learned 3 people died in weekend storms. 1 person killed in Indiana, where you can see that tornado just wrecking through. 2 other people were killed in Arkansas after a tree fell onto a home. Meanwhile, the summer heat wave has been intense. It's roasting Texas and now expanding with warnings and advisories affecting more than 45 million people, spanning 7 states. Now, here at home, we also have a look at what we're seeing from our own radar, but I want to show you guys some of the pictures we've been getting from Chime In. Folks have been sharing the videos they've seen just outside of their own windows. We're going to go ahead and skip this for a second. All right, skip ad. And Brian Smith shared this video of lightning caught on camera just outside of his doors. We also have some trees down and some hail as well. Take a look at that. So we are continuing to monitor this here. There is severe weather across the I-95 corridor. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at what we're expecting today. Much clearer.
Yeah, it's not going to. We still have the potential, Taylor, for some of those showers and thunderstorms that could be severe as we get into the afternoon. Just not that widespread severe threat like we saw yesterday on our weather alert day. But looking right now, we're actually seeing a few showers. We can fire up that HD radar and can see right around the western edge and the outer loop of the Beltway from Catonsville right toward Baltimore City up toward the 83 corridor into the Cockeysville area and up toward Towson. Again, a few showers for you there, and then down south down through Severn. We've been tracking those showers in the eastern shore, and even Perryville got a couple of lightning strikes there just a little while ago, but most of that rain continues to track from west to east. So 60s and 70s as you step out right now statewide. Our numbers are not too bad, and you'll need your sunglasses and the umbrella today because we are tracking some drier conditions from the middle part of the day, but this afternoon another round of showers rolls through, and I'll take you through that hour by hour coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore team gets results for students whose rights were violated by city schools. The changes after our investigation and the struggles they are still facing.
People all over Baltimore are outraged. It disgusts me. We deserve better.
More than 100 Baltimore residents filing a class action lawsuit against BGE. Coming up in just a few minutes, their attorney will be joining us with a breakdown of this lawsuit. 7:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This is not about Federal Hill, Fells Point. It is about the entire city. This program is about increasing our rates and lining the pockets of BGE executives. That is not okay.
BGE now facing lawsuits and protests from residents over external gas regulators being installed in front of many homes without owner input. Now, Baltimore City Council says it's going to hold an investigative hearing with BGE on this. This morning, attorney Thuru Vignaraja, who is representing the city residents now suing, joining us live to weigh in on the litigation and what happens now. Thuru, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Of course. You've got a growing list of residents joining this suit, looking at about 120 right now. What are you claiming? What are you fighting?
Look, it's actually pretty straightforward. These external regulators are not about safety. They're about BG&E's profit. They're about reducing their liability. They're about passing on those infrastructure costs to us. And we think you should be able to do that only with the customer's input. They're actually violating what's called the gas service tariff and Maryland regulations because they're only allowed to turn off your gas for certain enumerated purposes. One of them is not you declining to accept their preferred equipment. So we're going to argue that they're basically violating both Maryland regulations and the contract.
What if we've heard BG saying the work is necessary to modernize the delivery of gas to the homes. Would that trump this, knowing that that could be necessary to continue providing gas?
It's just not true. And I would point to two things to your audience. Number one, 3 years ago, BG&E argued against external regulators. They literally went before the General Assembly and said they're not appropriate, in particular for Baltimore City. That was their words. And number two, there's no state in the country that requires this. There's literally no place in America that mandates exterior regulators. Some places they're good for exterior, some places they're good for interior. BG&E's been installing interior regulators in lots of affluent neighborhoods, but now that it's getting more broad, they've decided they want to go with the one that's more profitable for them.
Interesting. City Council now holding a hearing. Do you think anything could come of this?
Look, I'm always hopeful. I'm always optimistic. Sometimes these city council hearings are empty theater. Let's hope this is an instance not where the council people are trying to look like they're doing something, but actually want to do something. But I'm not depending on them to see action in this case.
If they were to act and maybe have a conversation with BG on talking to these residents and making a decision for themselves, would that stop the litigation? Walk us through what's going to happen from here.
So look, the first thing is for a court to decide whether this is lawful or unlawful on BG&E's part. We know we're going up against a giant, they're a subsidiary of the largest utility company in America. But our hope is that the courts will stop this. If they don't, we will turn to the legislature. They just got to require, like other states do, that BG&E talk with the customer and let the customer decide what's best and what's safest for them and their neighborhood.
All right, Thuru, we know it's an active case. We appreciate you taking time to talk with us about it.
I appreciate you having me and focusing on it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our rain showers are continuing. Look at this. This is our Towson camera. I showed you this radar map a little while ago, and this is an actual proof of the rain. You are seeing this in Towson right now. So some leftover rain showers, which is what we've been talking about all morning long, kind of rolling through. This is another look in that same area, and you can see just how slow things are on 695. People slowing down when you get those big downpours, which is good. Obviously, you get some ponding in the roadways and not easy to drive for sure. Here's a look at that HD radar. Notice no lightning strikes that we're seeing right now, but from Timonium and Towson right down toward Baltimore City, out toward Woodlawn and down through Arbutus, seeing a few showers there. Also right around the airport there in Linthicum and down through Ferdinand Heights. Moving out toward the south, and we're seeing a few more of those showers around Severn and Odenton. They're going to be heading toward Annapolis here in the next, I'd say, 10 minutes or so. And then we continue to see more of those showers for you on the eastern shore around Rock Hall. You've been seeing some good rain up to Chestertown, all the way up toward Elkton there in Cecil County. The larger picture showing just a couple of these leftover showers that are rolling through. We still do expect to see drier conditions today, but we also do still have a threat for some severe thunderstorms. All of the areas here in green, which is most of our viewing area, the entire 95 corridor, and areas to the east, and then a little bit further to the west, parts of Carroll and Howard County under that marginal risk for severe weather. So that's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, not the 3 that we had yesterday. This is the hourly future scan. So even though we're getting a few showers right now, we do expect some drier conditions through the middle part of the day. This is through 2 p.m. And then another line of showers and storms. This is developing about 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, marching from west to east right across the 95 and 83 corridor. That's going to continue out toward the eastern shore in that 6 o'clock hour, and then we get a break with that rain moving out of here. We'll start the drying process as we head into your Wednesday. So overall, temperature-wise, they're going to stay cooler today. Upper 70s and low to mid 80s for your high temperatures, not the lower 90s that we've seen for the last couple of days. Hopefully get that rain out of here so we don't have to deal with delays for the O's game tonight back there at Camden Yards at 7:05 for that first pitch. Back to the upper 80s on Thursday and Friday. So temps warming up as we wrap up the month of June and get closer to July 4th weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. School's out for summer, but the learning should never stop. In our 9 o'clock hour, the ways you can prevent learning loss for your kids this summer.
Okay, so since you're here,
and here we are, of course, beautiful at the downtown harbor, of course. Baltimore Waterfront Partnership is getting ready for Baltimore by Baltimore Waterfront, actually, Music Festival. That's right. And also, coming up, we'll tell you the significance of this amazing coloring book. That's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Feel.
7:24, and if you don't have plans for this weekend yet, we have you covered.
Baltimore by Baltimore is a 6-day music festival, and guess what? It's happening this Saturday. Mark Clark live with this morning's So Baltimore and a closer look at this festival. Oh, Mark, you're coloring in the lines.
That's right. So Devin here created this amazing coloring book. He's the producer of the Waterfront Festival. So shout out to Devin, as we call him, D-Money. And so Devin, tell us about the festival. Tell us about this coloring book. You got about 90 seconds.
All right. So let me tell you, Black Baltimore Renaissance Coloring Book is a coloring book highlighting some figures in the city, the culture, giving young people a chance to color people that look like them, change the narrative of the city. and just show the greatness that we possess and the creativity that we possess in the city. Also, the Baltimore Festival is a great event geared to community excellence and just progressiveness that we have in town for the youth, for all ages actually. And I have a chance to just showcase the talent just like I did with this last year with the coloring book. Now I'm taking it to the Inner Harbor with a live festival with music, food, merch, as you can see that I have on right now, and the coloring books will be for sale. We're just gonna have a good time, Mark.
It sounds like a great time, and it feels like Baltimore. I feel some momentum in Baltimore, right? It feels like
really.
Things are coming together. I love the fact with the coloring book, you did a lot of modern, younger people. Javante Davis is in the book. The Chicken Box is in the book. Carmelo Anthony. You know, young people get a chance. The people they identify, they know the names, but also some older people that, you know, maybe gives them the history. So thank you for all you're doing. Guys, once again, we got another great waterfront event coming up, and it's going to be going down this weekend.
The Black Baltimore Renaissance. Lock in, come out, enjoy yourself, 12 p.m. to 8.
Good opportunity.
There you go. All right. Music, too.
Yeah.
If you'd like some more information about all the events that are scheduled because of the Renaissance, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, we are going to see cooler temperatures this afternoon, more showers and a few pop-up storms. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know when things dry out in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And after the break, the results of Project Baltimore investigation 1 year later, the progress for families who say the school system violated their rights. Time now, 7:27. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, June 27th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly because we had weather alert yesterday afternoon. Some of us, well, that's why Justin was talking about it all day yesterday. Today, hopefully we won't have that.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with all the answers. If you're in Carroll County or the airport, I think those are the only two spots that didn't get the storms.
Dry, right?
Kind of weird little domes where we didn't actually see. Yeah, I know. Measurable precipitation yesterday, officially at BWI, a trace, while others were just dumped on. So we know it was rainy yesterday, and it's raining right now, actually. This is a live look from our Towson camera, so we're not done with this unsettled weather. This is what it looks like on 695. If you haven't stepped out, make sure to go ahead and grab the umbrella and have it ready to go. You can see on our HD radar those showers rolling right through Baltimore City up to Towson and down through Riviera Beach over to through Severna Park as well. So this is just a line of showers passing through and not really seeing thunderstorms, at least at this time. 60s and lower 70s for your temperatures right now. So as I mentioned, grab the shades. You'll need them later today because we will see some dry conditions, but have the umbrella ready as well with more storms on the way this afternoon. We'll talk about when and where those storms are expected to hit coming up in just a few.
It started with one Baltimore City mother who came forward with a stunning story. Despite missing most of the school year, her son was marked present for classes that he was not attending, given grades for work he had not done.
When 3 other families came forward with similar stories, Fox 45 News exposed a much bigger problem. Project Baltimore's Chris Papp shows us what's happened in the years since then.
4 Baltimore City students with disabilities. Each one had their federal education rights violated when city schools did not provide them with the education that they deserve. But after Project Baltimore first told their stories, Quante, Shai, Darian, and Braylon began receiving the services they need. And now, 1 year later, we've learned that's not all that's changed.
So this is Mom garden.
School's out.
No, that one purple. And that one pink.
Summer
And I could see
is in full bloom.
orange and yellow and red. Same old thing.
And 8-year-old Darian Flood
Oh, these?
just finished 2nd grade.
Yeah.
But 1 year ago,
2, 3.
life was not so sweet.
I feel like I've been humiliated to actually have to come forth and share my life, his life.
Whitney Davis is Darian's mother.
Because these were very hard moments for not just myself, but my family and him as well.
Darian has epilepsy and suffers regular seizures. He requires a full-time private duty nurse at school.
This one is a little crooked, but it's okay. Just keep going.
So when his mother first contacted Project Baltimore in May 2022, she was desperate.
What about your last name? Is this your last name?
Darian was a 1st grader at Pimlico Elementary in Northwest Baltimore, but he had missed nearly the entire school year because Baltimore City schools did not provide him with a nurse, which is part of his federally mandated IEP, or Individualized Education Program. At the time, Darian's report card showed he was attending class, even when his mother said he was sitting at home with her. And Project Baltimore obtained timesheets for a nurse who claimed to be caring for Darian at school, even though he was in the hospital. Davis says the school system never explained why. The sources tell Fox 45 state agencies are investigating.
We don't have answers, and I'm pretty sure that we'll never have any.
But what Darian does have
Those are the chills I need.
is a nurse. At Pimlico, he is now getting the services he needs, but he's far behind.
He's at a 1st grade level academically and at 3rd grade, which is, I think, is unfair to him. I like to think that I've been somewhat of an inspiration to other moms who feel lost and done wrong by the public school system.
Yes, I'm very worried about it.
Patrice Proctor is one of those moms.
Nothing. He just was home with me.
Yes.
Patrice's son, Braylon Scott, also has epilepsy. And back in 2022, the state found city schools violated his federal education rights by not providing him with a nurse to attend school.
You can look. Come on.
Braylon's family has moved to Baltimore County. His mom told Fox 45, in his new school, he is receiving the services laid out in his IEP. But similar to Darian, he is far behind in his education.
Who's the 5? What, 5 or 4?
Shai Waddle is making up for lost time, too.
It has been a tremendous change.
Shai's mother, Ebony Frisbee, says her son is now getting the services he needs and is thriving at his new school, Callaway Elementary.
Exactly. Thank you. And it's really fulfilling. I feel like such a proud mom. Like, yay, the fight is, it went somewhere.
Looking back, Frisbee can see the fight paid off, but it came at great expense.
The time off from work, how that affected me greatly. The time away I'm spending from my child to trying to get what he needs. He missed like almost a whole year of school. I shouldn't have had to go through so many obstacles to get something that legally, lawfully, he's supposed to have. Hey, wait, Shy.
When Project Baltimore first met Frisbee, Shy had missed 96 straight days of school. And just like the other students, his report card showed he was marked present.
It's been falsified.
Frisbee was never given a reason for the falsified report cards. North Avenue told FOX45 some schools did not follow proper grading protocol and were held accountable. But we never learned what that meant. When a former city principal told us the report cards were falsified to secure funding, the superintendent refused to address the allegation.
Powerful allegation. The allegation is that you're falsifying report cards. If you continue to submit questions, we'll answer those.
You'll answer that question?
Absolutely, Chris. Make sure you submit it. So good to see you.
My biggest takeaway from this whole thing is that for any parent that's struggling with Baltimore City schools, I recommend speak out. The more of us that speak out about it, the more something is bound to change. We all come together and we all work together for our children, because they are our tomorrow.
Finally, there's Quante Spearman. Quante missed the first 140 days of his junior year because city schools could not supply him with a nurse. Like the other 3 students, the state found Quante's federal education rights were violated. But after Project Baltimore told his story, his mother says her son began receiving his services. And earlier this month, Quante graduated, the class of 2023. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Well, are you a parent concerned about your child's education? Do you have a story you want Project Baltimore to investigate? We want to hear from you. Call the tip line. That number's right there on your screen, or you can send us an email.
BPD hoping an officer shortage won't inhibit their ability to keep crime in check this summer. Why the effectiveness of a critical crime-fighting tool from City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is now raising questions.
Staff member for former President Donald Trump set to be arraigned today. Still ahead, how the man responsible for parking cars is connected to the president's classified documents.
And things are expected to dry up tomorrow, but it's not going to last long. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know what we can expect for our holiday forecast in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. This morning, a few updates in the federal documents probe against former President Donald Trump.
Now, a member of the president's team set to be arraigned today, and Taylor Stewart is in our live center with the latest. Taylor?
Well, the valet driver for the former president set to be arraigned in connection to the classified documents found at the president's Florida home. This is Walt Nada. He is the driver who was originally charged earlier in the month, and his initial arraignment was postponed to give him more time to find a Florida-based attorney. But this morning, newly obtained audio from a CNN clip of the former president during a 2021 conversation with staffers, an author, and a publisher. Now, we're going to play you a snippet of this 2-minute audio clip in which Trump rails against claims from his former principal military advisor, General Mark Milley. He would set in motion a full-scale attack with Iran. He's rebutting those claims, according to the special counsel, with claims by showing those classified documents. Take a listen.
Because we were talking about it, and he said he wanted to attack Iran and what? These are the papers. This was done by the military, given to me. I think we can probably, right?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to try to
Declassify.
figure out a yeah.
See, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have
Now, that audio likely to be used as evidence in the former president's trial. We're going to keep you updated as new details emerge right here at the Live Center.
We're keeping an eye on your tax dollars in this city. And just ahead, we're looking into a nonprofit that's accused of misusing hundreds of thousands of them.
A major case on intellectual property rights takes a major AI twist. Who gets the credit when AI creates it? 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $7:45, and happening now with the exponential use of AI. There are many advancements humans are trying to stay in front of, such as with generative AI and patents. If the software can create new, innovative, and useful tools, the owner of the AI could be in for constant legal battles. Joining us now, Chief Analytics Officer for Pioneer Development Group, Christopher Alexander. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
A major battle, we're just on the forefront here, though, when you think about AI and where this, I guess, this lawsuits could finally go.
Yeah, it could end with a patent court of all places deciding that an AI is like a legal human being and has rights.
And that's very controversial, because now you're saying, wait a minute, the robots are becoming human?
It would start a discussion that I don't think a patent court wants to be responsible for in the legal community and for society at large.
This is already being debated in U.S. courts, though, and there was also a ruling that said that actually opened up more questions. I mean, because now people are saying, well, wait, who owns it? If I have AI software, shouldn't that just be like any of the software that I have on this tablet right here? I created something on it. That doesn't mean that the person that owns the software should get the rights to it.
Correct. It's a good analogy. It's like a guitar or an electric piano where you're writing music on it, a keyboard. If you write the music, it's yours. You create it with the tool. But what's happening is with these leaps in generative AI, you're actually seeing artificial intelligence that's writing something as part of the creative process. And that's what these suits are about. Where's the point where the AI actually gets credit or not?
Where is that? I mean, that's the big question. So where do you think we're going here?
Well, the problem the courts have is, okay, what if it did create it? Are you going to sue the AI? If the AI can't pay, are they going to lock the AI up? And I mean, there's so many problems with this. I think they're recognizing they don't have the proper framework to deal with it.
What started this all, though? Why was it all of a sudden in the courts?
These are generational, probably, leaps in artificial intelligence that we're seeing. It's not just about recognizing patterns and machine learning. It's becoming part of creative processes, design processes, and there's an activist who's filing these suits in multiple countries to try to, I think, force this discussion forward.
Force the discussion or try and get ahead of it and try and get some more money?
Well, I don't know. So maybe both. Hard to say, but.
Yeah, and so we see that this is going to be continued. I mean, we saw this when the internet first started going on and people started saying e-commerce was coming out. Well, who gets taxed? Who has the money? Who has the rights? This is going to another level, though, especially when we say, okay, that robot that you're using as a tool actually has some rights, possibly.
That's exactly what happens. What's called a legal persona, and it could actually be afforded the same rights as a person, at least for patent issues.
We're just barely in the beginning of this. Christopher Alexander here. Thank you so much for giving us a little bit of a look at this, and I'm sure you'll be back in to talk about it as this keeps moving forward.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Now we need to find out exactly how warm it's going to get. Yesterday, Justin, we were in weather alert, more rain and possible storms, but it doesn't look threatening like it did yesterday.
Well, that's the thing, Tom, is we're not going to have as strong of those storms expected, but we're still going to get some more rain and some thunderstorms that are going to develop as we head toward the afternoon. We look out from our Towson camera right here. Some of these rain showers that are actually moving through this morning. So this is all leftover moisture from what we saw yesterday. Our unsettled weather pattern continuing at least for another day before we start to dry things out, and we'll see those temperatures going back up. Right now, this is what we're looking at on our HD radar. Those showers have rolled through Parkville, up into Perry Hall and White Marsh, moving out toward Bel Air. You can see up into Joppa Town, you're getting some of the light to moderate rain. Notice no lightning strikes, though. That's what we're talking about at this moment. And as you head further to the south, some of those showers cruising over toward Dundalk, down into Riviera Beach and Alloway, down through Lake Shore as well. We pull out a little bit farther, and you can actually see some of those showers. That line extends all the way up toward northern Harford County and all the way south down through Anne Arundel County, and even a couple of light showers that just rolled through Eldersburg there. So again, off and on showers is what we're seeing here this morning. It's all part of the larger picture with what's going on in the atmosphere. And again, a lot of moisture is with us, and we still have that potential for some thunderstorms. All of the areas here in green, this is from the Storm Prediction Center. We do have a marginal risk for severe weather, which is 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. And those areas here in green, most of the 95 and 83 corridor, the entire eastern shore, and some areas down through D.C. into parts of eastern Carroll County, but the rest of the area all under that marginal risk. So here's a look at our hourly future scan. A couple of light showers off and on for the next few hours. We get to about 1 o'clock this afternoon. You can start to see that line developing there, and that's going to be the first round of those showers rolling through. Then as we get to about 2, 3 o'clock, another round of those thunderstorms, and that's going to be a little bit stronger of those heavier storms between that 5 and 6 o'clock hour, moving into the area and moving out toward the eastern shore through through about 7 p.m. So may have some delays for that O's game again tonight, but should be able to get it in as things are drying out later into the evening time. Temperatures, though, upper 70s and low to mid 80s. So those numbers are definitely below average and cooler than those 90s that we've been seeing. And yeah, the O's 7:05 for that first pitch against the Reds tonight. Back to the mid 80s and drier tomorrow, then upper 80s as we head closer to the weekend, even close to 90 by Friday. We are tracking the potential of a couple of pop-up storms into Saturday as well.
All right, Justin, thank you. The bill for the Kerwin plan is due, and taxpayers are not happy about it. What lawmakers need to do before taxpayers face consequences like program cuts and tax increases.
And jazzy summer nights returning to the Baltimore Peninsula. Coming up at our 9 o'clock hour, who will be headlining the Summer Music Series.
But first, music to our ears here this morning.
It is time for a coffee break.
This morning, in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is demanding accountability for your tax dollars and safety.
We're getting a better look at the city's first responder shortage. Fox 45 is demanding answers after a troubling announcement dispatchers made over the weekend.
That's right. And the city is doling out millions of dollars to nonprofit groups, but it's still not clear exactly how that money will be used. We begin here with Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live from City Hall with the calls for accountability for your tax dollars. Shannon.
Yeah, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, Megan, is announcing that they're allocating $13 million additionally to these community organizations, and this is in ARPA funds. And this is as Fox 45 News continues to investigate where that money is going, especially in terms of one nonprofit that's accused of misusing those federal dollars. In fact, we are talking about Lazarus Right, and that is a nonprofit that helps ex-offenders get back into the community, and Christopher Urban is the founder. Air. Earlier this year, the city granted the nonprofit a $1.6 million contract under the mayor's Clean Corps program, which allocated $15 million of the city's COVID relief funding to nonprofits tasked with hiring crews to help pick up trash across the city. But Irvin's contract was ultimately canned. The contract termination letter claiming Lazarus Wright misused up to $267,000 of taxpayer money. Councilman Gitzi Schleifer says more should be done to prevent wasting that money.
We definitely have to make sure that when money's going out the door and it's taxpayer money, that it's met with the proper transparency and accountability.
So you'll remember Councilman Schleifer has proposed a bill that would create a more robust oversight system when those public dollars are going to these private companies, which would hopefully, guys, prevent this from happening in the future.
And what is the city saying about this situation?
Well, we did reach out to the mayor's office, Tom, to find out if this nonprofit was properly vetted beforehand. We did get a response. We're going to pull that up for you right here. They say, quote, the Lazarus Wright Incorporated was a partner nonprofit that successfully cleaned their awarded neighborhoods but struggled with fiscal compliance. In alignment with the monitoring and oversight controls in place for all Clean Corps partners, the contract with Lazarus Wright was terminated. Meanwhile, FOX45 News found documents showing that Irvin filed for bankruptcy just months before the city handed him a check for more than $400,000. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, FOX45 Morning News.
Shannon, thank you. One Maryland school system could soon ban the pride flag, among others, from display. The policy up for debate in Anne Arundel County and the action being taken.
We will see slightly cooler temperatures this afternoon with more showers and the possibility of more storms. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when things will dry out in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:57, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Lightning strikes in Bel Air set a condo on fire. We take you live to the aftermath right at the scene.
A decision is looming in Anne Arundel County regarding which flags can be displayed in classrooms. Just ahead, we'll hear why some say restrictions are needed, while others call that a violation of your rights.
And a live look over Towson, where the worst of the storms have subsided. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your forecast.
Good morning on this Tuesday, June 27th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to get a check of that forecast here. Hopefully we're done with some of those storms.
Yeah, weather alert yesterday, not today, though.
Not today, but we're seeing the rain. You saw that on that shot right there, guys. Can you believe June almost over?
No, it flew by.
First weekend of July is around the corner, and it's 4th of July weekend, too. Now, here's a look at what's going on over the Inner Harbor. We did have some showers that passed through. You can see the taxi getting out there on the Inner Harbor at this moment. And in fact, on our HD radar, some of those showers that rolled right through downtown Baltimore, now through Riviera Beach, up into Bel Air, into Edgewood as well. That means more of you in the Eastern Shore will see another round of showers as we head into the next, I'd say, 15 or 20 minutes. So boaters and watermen, if you do want to get out on the water today, just know, watch for some of those showers and storms, especially after about 2 and 3 o'clock into the afternoon. We're good for most of the morning, and that wind is going to stay out of the south at only about 5 to 10 knots for the course of the day. 84 for our high, definitely cooler than where we were yesterday. But again, we do still have that chance for showers and thunderstorms later this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom, my wife's driving to work this morning, and I was looking at the map, and I'm like, man, there's a lot of stuff going on this time in the morning. What are you looking at right now?
Yeah, that's exactly it. South of the city, we have both tunnels. There's some delays between the Harbor Tunnel and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Fort McHenry looks like it's just a fender bender afterwards if you're going southbound. Northbound, if you're in the Harbor Tunnel, there's an accident just south of it, 895, heading north. Actually, it's pulled over to the right. There's 2 cars there, but that's also causing some delays. And then what you're seeing there on the map, what we're showing you through the Kearney and Parkville area is volume. And remember, and it's also in 95 north, right in that construction zone. That's why you're seeing the yellow there. But remember, it's because there's a lot of slowdown and incident that is north, right at the police activity, right at 542 on the outer loop here. So that may be tied in. We're not sure exactly, but it may be tied in because we have Cromwell Bridge closed, and that may be the police activity that's flashing lights is causing everyone to stop. You see that on the left-hand side right below that camera.
And all I saw was flames, and I just started screaming fire. And then I went and started banging on doors, left my unit, grabbed my coat and my purse, and I just started yelling fire and banging on all doors.
New this morning, we are taking a live look on the aftermath of a 2-alarm fire in Bel Air. You can see that on the right-hand side there, where officials have determined lightning was the cause of this fire here. The picture on the left, that is the scene from about a half a mile away, sent in by one of our directors here at the station. The apartment complex actually went up in smoke and flames just before 9:30 last night. It took 75 firefighters to control that blaze in about 30 minutes. 26 residents are displaced here this morning. One person went to the hospital. You can see the damage there on the right-hand side of the screen. We've seen crews there on and off throughout the morning today as well. We'll keep you posted as we learn more.
And Maryland is a little bit calmer now when it comes to severe weather threats, but it's not the same for people all across our country.
There are excessive heat warnings across the South and severe thunderstorms throughout the region. Taylor Stewart in our live center with the latest threat today. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. We are following severe weather up and down the East Coast. I want to show you guys a few of these tweets here. Lightning has been the big story. This is Warrington, PA. Lightning lighting up the sky overnight there. More of the same here in Iowa. And take a look here. This also happening as a thunderstorm in Torrington. Now, we've also seen it impact flights. Take a look at this. Right here in Little Rock, Arkansas, a lightning strike hits a plane. But look, several planes right now are grounded. Let's see if we can speed this up. There you go, if you just saw it. It's grounding several flights, though. Several flights delayed and canceled throughout the country here. 12,000 now delays across the board. 1,181 cancellations just in the U.S. But if we take a look here locally, we've been monitoring flights coming in and out of BWI. More delays and cancellations than we've seen in previous hours. 14 delays so far, eight cancellations. But this comes as we learn more about the 3 people who died over the weekend in severe storms. This is in Indiana, where you can see that tornado destroyed parts of the city and 75 homes. 2 other people in Arkansas were killed after a tree fell onto their house. Meantime, the summer heat wave has been roasting Texas. It's now expanding with warnings and advisories that are affecting more than 45 million people spanning 7 different states. You guys have been chiming in with some pictures of the damage that you've seen here in our area. This sent in on our chime in feature, a tree falling down in our area. Another picture of lightning here from Brian Smith. He captured that on camera. And we're also looking at our Weather Authority radar as we're continuing to follow that system that is moving north to us. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to break it all down for us and give us the local impact here. But that's the latest at the Live Center. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Developing this morning, Anne Arundel County considering a policy that would effectively ban certain flags.
Now, this controversy, similar to what we saw in Carroll County just last year, spikes a heated debate over what teachers can display in their classroom. Now, before yesterday's Anne Arundel County School Board hearing, Fox 45 spoke with some protesters on both sides of this issue.
Heading in the wrong direction. It's just becoming more and more limiting. And I think any good teacher knows that, a strong classroom is a classroom that can teach to all.
We always only had the United States flag in our classroom. And I really think that's what we need to do.
Shannon Lilly breaking down what could happen if this passes. Shannon.
As of now, the proposed policy stays as is. There was a vote in last night's meeting where board members opted not to make any amendments to this proposed flag ban, but it all comes ahead of likely the final reading and vote that we're expecting next month. In the meantime, this is a divided board that we're seeing. There's both strong opposition and support for the policy. So let's listen to those two different perspectives.
I'm opposed to it because some of our students are not seen and heard in their communities or in their households. And it is very important that they feel part of the community.
I think that a lot of people probably understand that I was the board member who wanted to see this policy created. And I am very proud of that. But I will also say that it's not because of any reason other than constituents coming to me with concern.
So as you just heard there, Corinne Frank is the board member that's pushing for this policy. She says there were concerns brought to her about disruptions in school related to flags. If approved, the policy would limit the number of flags that could be displayed on school property, banning the LGBTQ pride flag from being displayed in all of the 127 school buildings. The policy was first introduced during a board meeting last month, and since then, more than 1,000 comments have been submitted, both in favor and against. Those against it, though, see this as a freedom of speech issue. In the meantime, as I mentioned, a decision on this policy still hangs in the balance. We expect the third and likely final reading and final vote to come on July 12th. That's when the board's next meeting is taking place. And if they do decide to approve this policy, it would go into effect as early as next school year. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Baltimore City leaders doling out millions to nonprofit groups, but it's unclear how the groups are using the money. We look at one nonprofit accused of wasting funding.
And the storms are subsiding, but across the country, they're just getting started. In our 9 o'clock hour, severe heat strikes the south.
We're also tracking some more rain showers that are rolling through this hour. Not really seeing thunderstorms yet, but that's going to change later today. We'll break it down in your full Weather Authority forecast.
Well, today, Howard County is hosting its annual fireworks safety demonstration. Medical professionals will be speaking on Maryland's fireworks laws and safety measures that should take place.
There will also be a demonstration of legal and illegal explosive devices by the Office of the State Fire Marshal's Bomb Squad. That's going to start at 10 o'clock in the morning at the Public Safety Training Center in Marriottsville.
Just about 8:12, your weather authority forecast tracking some rain showers here this morning. Let's pull up that HD radar and show you where some of these showers are. From Bel Air out through Edgewood, down across the bay here, south of Edgewood, over toward Middle River, and now to the east of Riviera Beach. That's going to be heading across the bay and into the eastern shore as well. A couple of leftover showers still there in Cockeysville and Towson right now, but no lightning strikes that we're seeing. Statewide, lower 60s in western Maryland. Most of us in the upper 60s and lower 70s across the Chesapeake on your Tuesday morning. We're going to see these numbers stay mainly in the mid to upper 70s over the next few hours. We'll slide into the low and mid 80s for your highs today. So cooler than yesterday, but more showers and that potential for thunderstorms still in our forecast. We'll take a closer look at that. We'll talk about the timing of some of these storms and our updated weather models in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. More than a month into the new youth curfew, and officials have not taken a single child to the Youth Connection Center. What city leaders are saying about the curfew's effectiveness?
And Ivan Bates is working to improve quality of life in Baltimore City by prosecuting low-level crimes. But is his departure from Marilyn Mosby's policy working? Law enforcement expert weighs in coming up next. 8:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fundamentally changing attitudes and creating personal responsibility so minor offenses don't lead to more severe crimes and consequences.
Baltimore City State's Attorney Ivan Bates' new citation docket has now been in effect for 2 weeks. It prosecutes low-level crimes, and that's a reversal from his predecessor's policies. This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards joining us live to weigh in on the impact this could have. Mari, for months, you've been telling me this is something that Baltimore needs. How long do you think it takes to see the results?
Well, first of all, good morning, Megan. It's going to take a little while. You know, really hard to overestimate the damage that Marilyn Mosby did to law enforcement in Baltimore. So we have, but Ivan Bates is right on the money. You have to have order and safety and freedom from fear in these communities, and prosecuting these crimes, shutting down open-air drug markets is key, and this is the way to do it.
Looking at all sides here, Mari, the plan itself has been met with some pushback by some who believe that it would disproportionately target people of color. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, the thing is, there's two questions there. One, you have to look at the victims. A lot of these people that are anti-police, they're worried about criminals. They never worry about victims. And the victims primarily are going to be in black neighborhoods. So these are the people that want this enforcement and want that help. And as far as disproportionate, if there's people out there doing these crimes, they need to be locked up regardless of race, regardless of gender. If you commit a crime, you got to take responsibility and pay the penalty.
Mari, it only works if police are out there patrolling the streets and actually locking the perpetrators up. Is that going to happen? Do you think the officers are on board here?
Well, it's going to be tough. I mean, good officers know what it takes. No one wants to see these neighborhoods fall apart. But let's face it, BPD is down 600 officers, mainly because of Mayor Scott's anti-police programs. It's going to be tough, but unless officers step up and do this, the city's going to deteriorate and continue to go down. But there is a chance to turn the city around, and it starts at that neighborhood level.
Mari, you have experience in this. Does this deter criminals when you have penalties actually holding them accountable? Does that stop them from committing these crimes?
That's where it starts. And, low-level crimes lead to bigger crimes. And also by engaging these drug dealers who are out there selling, you're going to find guns, you're going to get people with warrants.
I bet.
Because, these people, they're out there selling drugs. That's not all they do. They're out there shooting, doing robberies. So by breaking this up, you're going to also impact violent crime in a good way.
We'll see what happens here. This new citation docket now in effect for 2 weeks. We'll be watching to see the results. Thanks, Mari.
Thank you, Megan.
8:19 now, and we want to turn it over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. No more weather alert day today.
No weather alert day, Meg, but we still have that potential for showers and thunderstorms. We've seen some rain just rolled through Towson a moment ago. Now that sun has lightened things up at least a little bit for you. But let's check that HD radar in just a second, show you exactly what's going on with some of those showers that we're seeing. Officially 69 degrees in Towson. Our temperatures are going to be cooler today. This is what we're looking at here with those showers that extend up into parts of Harford County. You're seeing that just moved through Bel Air over toward Joppatown down into Edgewood. Notice no lightning strikes that we're seeing at this time, but that's going to continue to head out toward Perryville and eventually out into parts of Cecil County. And then through Perry Hall and White Marsh out through Middle River and Essex, we're seeing some of those showers as well right there. Even Cockeysville, a light shower being picked up on the radar. That's about it for the rain this morning. We're going to see more of that develop later this afternoon. And we do have that potential to see some severe weather as well, just not on the same scale as what we experienced yesterday. So all of the areas here in green, which is almost the entire viewing area, under a marginal risk for severe weather, which is 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. It slices Carroll County kind of in half right there and all the way down through most of Howard County underneath that marginal risk. So that means that those storms are still going to be potentially in that severe category for the afternoon. This is through 10 a.m. Notice we are drying out a little bit, and then right around 1 p.m. could get some showers to develop from Cockeysville and Baltimore down through through Columbia and Laurel. A bit of a break here through about 3 o'clock. And then watch what happens into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. You can really see that line of storms, those areas in orange and pink, indicating some heavier rain. Could see some more damaging wind gusts from what we saw yesterday. That line will continue to move through in the 7 o'clock hour out into the east, and then eventually drier conditions will prevail. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, we didn't hear from Hank at all yesterday because we were busy with our weather alert day, but mid-70s here next hour, lower 80s by noon, and again, those showers and thunderstorms developing for the afternoon. Upper 70s and low to mid-80s for your highs across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Howard and Arundel counties also in those lower 80s for you today, which is below average for this time of year. Hopefully we'll get that O's game in again tonight. We know we had some delays last night, but they're going for game 2 against the Reds and hopefully continuing their winning ways, going for win number 4. First pitch tonight, 7:05, should see temperatures in the mid-70s. And again, if we get that rain to move through in time, we'll get that game on and ready to go. Mid-80s, drier tomorrow, but upper 80s into Thursday and Friday. You're definitely going to feel those warmer numbers, more summer-like conditions, and even the chance of a couple of pop-up thunderstorms as we head into 4th of July weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. School's out for summer, but that doesn't mean the learning has to stop. In our next hour, we have got some tips to help prevent the summer slide.
And the Baltimore by Baltimore Waterfront Festival is going down this weekend. We'll tell you all about it, including the amazing food. Doesn't that look great? It's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
A fun summer festival is shining a light on Baltimore's music makers.
Baltimore by Baltimore 6-day festival, and you can experience the excitement firsthand one of those days this Saturday. Mark Clark live downtown this morning with Soul Baltimore. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. I'm with Leanna. Leanna, the water. We're getting ready for this amazing festival. Tell us about it.
The Waterfront Partnership presents Baltimore by Baltimore. It's a 6-series event here at the amphitheater, and each show features a different local producer.
Wow, and what makes it special? You're excited about the fact that it's a little different.
It's a little different. The fact that each curator is different and presents their own networks of vendors, artists, performers. We'll have a lot of food and art, especially at this event on Saturday.
And of course, you mentioned the food, the amazing food. My Yacht Kitchen is here. Guys, tell us about this, what you're going to offer, and obviously vegan and looks delicious.
Nutritious and delicious. So some of our offerings that we have today, we have the taco bowl and a chickpea tuna salad with quinoa and kale salad, and this is a sample of some of the meal preps that we do and what we'll have on Saturday.
You guys are for real. Like, this is the real deal here. We got the immunity. I saw over here we have the parasite. I need this one.
Parasite.
My
cleanse.
parasites. I got a parasite band playing to me right now.
Oh no.
So calm. I need this to calm down. So again, this is just some of the selections that'll be going down at the Waterfront Festival. We're so excited about it. And again, when we come back, we'll share more information. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mark.
We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
1 year ago, Fox 45 uncovered major rights violation for disabled students in Baltimore City Public Schools. Coming up next, Project Baltimore's Chris Papps with how things have changed since then.
And we are following new developments this morning in the Marilyn Mosby trial. We're going to break it down next. It's 8:27 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to you. It is Tuesday, June 27th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Megan Gillen. We need to see what's in store weather-wise. It was kind of a mixed bag for folks yesterday, but the severe weather really hit a lot of folks hard.
It did. It was nice in the beginning of the day, and then a complete washout seems like later. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to have that.
What? Did you toss to me? Yeah. All right, I'm ready to go. I'm doing stuff. I'm backstage. I was just doing stuff. Looking out over our downtown Baltimore camera, you can see the sun that is shining through, at least with some of that cloud cover. And some of us are still dealing with some rain showers. We just saw that line of showers roll right through Baltimore City and County, now out into Bel Air, up into Edgewood, heading up toward Perryville, kind of right up the 95 corridor at this time. Right now, temperatures upper 60s and lower 70s here for Westminster and Annapolis. So as you head out the door, just have the sunglasses because the sun will be out for a while, and then have the umbrella because we are tracking more rain and even some thunderstorms later today. We'll top out cooler in the mid-80s both today and tomorrow, but notice tomorrow and Thursday are quite a bit drier, and we'll get out of this unsettled weather pattern. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now. Megan?
Sounds great. Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network, and we are getting reports of an incident in Colesville. This is heading westbound on the inter-county connector there right after exit 13. There are 2 right lanes that are blocked off, causing slowdowns in that area. Cars just inching through right there. You see the flashing lights as well. Try to avoid it if you can.
Massive changes for students with disabilities in Baltimore City as they finally receive the services and accommodations they need.
That is after one Baltimore City mother approached Project Baltimore a year ago, saying that her son was marked present for classes that he was not attending, leading 3 other families to come forward with stories of their own. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live this morning with more on how the public school system has changed in that past year. Chris, what have you seen in that time?
Well, it was 1 year ago that we started breaking these stories that these students with disabilities that were supposed to have nurses did not have nurses, missed a significant amount of school, and then when they got their report cards, they found out those report cards are falsified. So 1 year later, Megan, we went back and we checked in with the families to see how they're doing. And all 4 of them told us that after our stories aired, Baltimore City schools began giving them the services that they are federally required to have as students with disabilities, and they receive those services throughout the entire 2022-2023 school year. And they are behind in their education. They miss a significant amount of school, but they are getting the services now, and they're moving forward. Now, when we did these stories last year, the state did investigate, you remember, and they found that all 4 students had their federal education rights violated. Baltimore City Schools was mandated by the state to change a bunch of things up to make sure all students with disabilities are getting a better education. We have filed public records requests to get city schools responses to the state, and we should have those back pretty soon. And when we get them, we'll certainly report on them.
Did the families ever hear anything, Chris, of why that happened, why they were marked present when they weren't there?
No. So none of the families were given an explanation from Baltimore City Schools on why those report cards were falsified. Now, last year, we had a former principal come to us and say they were falsified because the city could lose funding. So if a report card doesn't have anything on it, the state could flag that when funding time comes, and then Baltimore City Schools may not get the funding. So this former principal said the report cards were falsified. Students were given grades and attendance when they weren't there to make sure that the money keeps coming in. Now, we took that allegation to Dr. Santelises, the school CEO. She would not answer it. Baltimore City Schools, we sent emails, would not answer it. And we're kind of in this position where we can ask a question, but if no one's going to answer it, we can't get an answer. So, where's the Attorney General? Where's the governor? Where's state legislators? Where are they in trying to force the school system to say, hey, this is a government document. It was falsified. Who's going to be held accountable for that? But in Baltimore City, it doesn't seem like, at least that we're aware of, that anyone's been held accountable for it.
Chris, given what you said, is there any indication that it's more than just these 4 families? I mean, I know you said you've had a hard time getting responses from the city schools, but could it be more than just these 4 students?
Sure, and that's exactly what we're going to find out when we filed that public records request to get city schools responses, because one of the response was city schools had to find out how many students this affected. So we reported on 4. There's certainly more than 4. I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say that. Right. So when we get those requests back, we should know exactly how many students.
Well, Chris, at a time when it seemed like we weren't getting answers, certainly your investigating brought some help to these families. Thanks for all you're doing, and of course, keep us posted.
Thank you.
Well, this morning we are following some new developments in the Maryland Mosby trial. Court filings show her public defenders may renew a request from her previous attorneys for a change of venue. The indication comes as both the prosecution and defense request changes to pre-trial deadlines. In January, the court denied a request from Mosby's previous defense team to move the trial to Greenbelt, arguing that local media coverage would have too much of an impact on a Baltimore trial. The former city state's attorney is accused of perjury and making false statements on mortgage applications. She has maintained her innocence.
The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement is now allocating another $13 million in ARP funding to community organizations. Now, it comes as Fox 45 is investigating one nonprofit accused of wasting that federal funding. That's the Lazarus Right, a nonprofit founded by Christopher Irvin, which helps ex-offenders with reentry.
Earlier this year, the city granted the nonprofit a $1.6 million contract, which allocated $15 million of the city's COVID relief funding to nonprofits tasked with hiring crews to help pick up trash across the city. But Irvin's contract was ultimately canned. The contract termination letter claiming Lazarus Right misused up to $267,000 taxpayer dollars. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer says the city should be doing more to prevent wasting money.
We definitely have to make sure that when money's going out the door and it's taxpayer money, that it's met with the proper transparency and accountability.
Councilman Schleifer has proposed a bill that would create a more robust oversight system for when public dollars are given to private companies. Meanwhile, Fox 45 News found documents revealing Irvin filed for bankruptcy just months before the city handed him a check for more than $400,000. Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, it's been more than a month since Baltimore city officials unveiled a plan to enforce a youth curfew. And we are learning that not a single child has been taken to a youth connection center. That's according to the Baltimore Sun. Brian Doherty, a spokesman for Mayor Brandon Scott's office, says that the city's outreach effort is working. But according to the Baltimore Sun, he declined how many youth have been found in violation of the curfew.
New audio this morning from former President Donald Trump and why it could be a critical piece of evidence in the federal documents probe. We'll have that from the Live Center just ahead.
And the worst of the storms have passed, but there's still some rain on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your 7-day forecast coming up. 8:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
New this morning, updates in the federal documents probe against former President Donald Trump. The valet driver for the former president is set to be arraigned today in connection to those classified documents found at his Florida home. Now, this is Walt Nada. He's the driver who was charged last month. His initial arraignment was postponed to even more time to find a Florida-based lawyer. But this morning, we're also obtaining new audio from CNN of the former president during a 2021 conversation with staffers, an author, and a publisher. In it, Trump allegedly railing against claims from his principal military advisor, General Mark Milley, that he would set in motion a full-scale conflict with Iran. The special counsel's indictment alleges he rebuffed those claims by sharing classified information about the attack. Take a listen.
Because we were talking about it, and he said he wanted to attack Iran and what? These are the papers. This was done by the military, given to me. I think we can probably, right?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to try to
Declassify.
figure out yeah.
See, as president, I could have declassified.
Yeah.
Now I can't, but this is
classified. Now we have a
Now, that statement, these are the papers, is likely going to be used as evidence in connection to this trial. We're going to keep you updated as new details emerge and keep you updated here at the Live Center. A live look now at Camden Yards as the Orioles' week of service continues. How the Birds are giving back to Baltimore.
And another team working to promote mental health. How the Cincinnati Reds de-stress on and off the pitch. 8:42 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Orange and Black Gives Back week of service continues today. The Baltimore Orioles, joined by the Green Team Bowie and the Bowie Bay Sox, will clean up local parks in our area starting at 11 o'clock. They're going to start at the Prince George's Stadium.
Well, the mental health crisis since the pandemic has many employers expanding work-based programs. And one of those employers, Major League Baseball. Medical reporter Liz Bonus from our sister station in Cincinnati has an inside look at one program that is becoming a national model to help players not only at the ballpark, but beyond.
When you watch Cincinnati Reds player Jake Fraley at practice, he makes the game of baseball look easy. But recently in the game of life, he says the hits just kept on coming.
Being in a place, where my job is extremely difficult in the aspect of, just having so much failure, it just kind of tumbled into this big ball of mess that I didn't know how to deal with.
Luckily, Fraley and every other player here have a fail-safe behind-the-scenes team member. Her name is Becky Schneckenberg.
I'm dedicated to making the Reds a mentally healthy place, and my staff is dedicated to that.
So what goes up as mental health improves?
Trust. Trust grows. Trust grows. Being happy grows.
And happy players keep their head in the game, on the field and off it, Sean Pender told me.
If you're better at home with your family, if you feel better about yourself, then when you come to the ballpark, it really is something that is a benefit to what they do every day.
Pender is the Reds' vice president of player performance.
So are we at the place yet where you've been able to give them a message that their mental health is as important as their physical health?
I don't know if we're there yet.
Pender says thanks to players such as Jake Fraley, who are speaking up about their own mental health journey, we're getting there.
For me, it was trying to get to a point where I was like accepting of, okay, I need help.
That help for Fraley started with what the Reds offer as part of their player mental health program. It includes confidential counseling for those who reach out for treatment, prevention programs to try to keep players and family members mentally well, international connections with bilingual education to reduce language barriers and isolation, and team-building activities to let players know it's okay, even in the major leagues, not to be okay.
We make it okay to talk about when you're not having a great day.
So it's hard for us to imagine that any of these players would struggle with some of the same things that we do. But do they?
I've been getting that question for so many years, and they're people just like us, and they have all the same problems we do.
Jake Fraley says to hit back against those problems, he's continued counseling with a sports psychologist.
It's absolutely changed my life.
And developed an attitude of service to his teammates that's been a real home run.
I learned this going through this process, and you're either one of two people. You're either an energy giver or an energy sucker. And you need to be an energy giver because it's contagious. And I can choose my attitude every single day.
I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus reporting.
All right, 8:49 here this morning, and it is time to get a check of our forecast. Nice to see no weather alert mode there on the screen.
And the Reds are in town.
That's right.
They lost last night, which we like for the Orioles.
Right.
No, we like it.
And there was the rain delay last night for 2 hours.
Sure did, Meg, right there at Camden Yards. Now we're hoping no rain delays will mess with the game tonight, but we do look that that game will go on, even if we do get a rain delay. It'll probably be early in the first part of the evening because drying out nicely. The O's going for their 4th win in a row. Tyler Wells on the mound tonight. That first pitch at 7:05 on your O's cast. And we'll see those temperatures in the mid-70s. Should be a great night for baseball in Charm City. And again, tomorrow night will probably be an even better night because we've got dry conditions on your Wednesday. Now, we are talking about the rain showers that continue to move through. You guys ever heard of this? Look near Bel Air, Scarf. With 2 F's, Scarff. I never even heard, I didn't know that was a thing. I don't know if that's a neighborhood, but there's Scarf, Maryland. Who knew? All right, so Bel Air up into Delta. Never heard of that either, by the way. Zooming in, you can see some of those showers that are tracking through Harford County right now. Overall, though, most of our HD radar is clear. We've just seen a few of those showers around. Now, we still have a marginal risk for severe weather. The Storm Prediction Center will update this at 9 o'clock. About 10 minutes from right now, we'll come on the air for the Good Day Baltimore show, and I'll let you know if this changes. But a marginal risk is still 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. So we still have that potential to see some thunderstorms that could get a little bit in that severe category later this afternoon. Not quite done with those summer thunderstorms. This is a very typical weather pattern for this time of year. You can see that southerly wind picking up through the 11 o'clock hour. By about 1 p.m., does look to see that we'll see a couple of showers start to pop up. It's really after about 3 or 4 o'clock. Look at that line right there from Cockeysville and Columbia down through Laurel, moving right into the 95 corridor by about 5 p.m. So this is going to be for your drive home again with those heavier rain showers. Thunderstorms could see some strong wind as well. That's going to continue through 6 p.m. And by 7, 8 o'clock, as I mentioned, most of those showers are going to be done done. So even if we have a delay for the start of the O's game, should be able to finish with no issues. Okay, mid-80s today, cooler. Drier tomorrow with also mid-80s, and then upper 80s as we head into Thursday and Friday, approaching the holiday weekend. Can you believe it? 4th of July weekend right around the corner. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Look at this picture. That's a dog on the counter looking out to see the view through the dog's window. Yeah, isn't that interesting? That was sent in from Amy D. So thank you, Amy, for sending that picture in. We'd love to see the view through your window, whether it's a dog or a cat on the counter or whatever you got going on. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code on your screen.
All right, take a look at this. A curious humpback whale following a kayaker off the coast of Bondi Beach in Sydney. Now, this drone video captures the moment the whale nearly nudges the kayaker. The drone operator is calling out to the kayaker, "He's under you." Experts say better weather, cleaner water has led to an increase in whale sightings this past year.
Unbelievable. All right. Well, Barbie fans have a chance to stay at a life-size Barbie Malibu dream house for free to mark the release of the live-action Barbie movie, of course. This is the same dream house that Airbnb listed in 2019 for, ready for this, Taylor? $60 a night. Oh, please. In honor of the 60th anniversary of Barbie. Very doable. The mansion has since had a makeover, though. 2 winners will get an overnight stay on July 21st and July 22nd. Oh, my gosh, it looks so much like the Malibu Barbie mansion. Starting July 17th, you can go to Airbnb's website to enter for your chance to win. Wow, even the slide, all that.
I know.
Jazzy Summer Nights is returning to the Baltimore Peninsula. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour. Who's going to be headlining the summer music series?
And the Baltimore by Baltimore Waterfront Festival goes down this weekend. We'll tell you more about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Well, nothing goes down in the morning unless
it's a coffee.
Unless it's a coffee.
Let's take a coffee break. That sounds good.
Yeah. Topping your morning business report, a virtual reality subscription service is coming to Meta platforms. The company released Meta Quest Plus, allowing users to download 2 featured games each month. The subscription costs $7.99 a month or $59.99 a year. Meta Quest Plus is available for Quest 2 and Pro headsets and will be compatible with the new Quest 3. That comes out later this year. Meta says the monthly offerings will include a mix of popular, unknown, and classic games. Meta isn't the only company offering up subscriptions to their customers. Amazon is now trying to lure back former Prime members with a new deal. As Amazon's Prime Day approaches, the company says former members who sign up again can get a 1-week Prime subscription for just $2. The Prime membership subscription will go back to its original price of $15 a month, but new users who are trying out Prime can get a 30-day free trial. Check that out. Amazon Prime shopping event set to take place on July 11th to the 12th. And speaking of Amazon, local businesses can earn some extra money with their new delivery plan. The company is starting a program called Amazon Hub Delivery, which pays small businesses such as grocery stores, coffee shops, clothing stores. Businesses interested in applying for this program do not need to have delivery experience, but will be expected to make those daily deliveries with its own staff and vehicles. Amazon says businesses could make up $27,000 a year and expect to do about 30 deliveries each day. All right, now it's time for America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
I don't like to clean. There, I said it. Do you feel like you're cleaning constantly and somehow there's still dust everywhere? I live in the desert and everything is dusty all the time. It's just part of life. Well, that dust could be hiding and raining down from one of those hard to reach areas like your ceiling fan. You know it's dusty up there, but it's always such a hassle to clean. Problem solved. This is the Blade Maid. It's specially designed to remove dust from those tricky areas like your ceiling fan. The cleaning head is uniquely crafted to capture dirt and dust from all sides of your blades all at once. It makes it kind of fun. Trapping debris in its microfiber, machine washable pads so it's not getting all over the rest of your house, making you have to clean again. And watch this. The telescoping handle makes ladders virtually unnecessary. Plus, if you don't have a ceiling fan, you can still use the Blade Maid because the head transforms to a pad that you can clean vents and baseboards and other hard-to-reach nooks and crannies. Last week, I was up on a ladder in my living room, hoping not to break my neck, trying to knock down spider webs and dust. It was a pain. I wish I had one of these at the time. Right now, we're offering 30% off the Blade Maid. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
We're taking you into the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
It's 9 o'clock, and here are top stories of your day.
A decision is looming in Anne Arundel County regarding which flags can be displayed in classrooms. Just ahead, we'll hear why some say restrictions are needed, while others call that a violation of your rights.
But if it is admissible in court, it's certainly troubling for their defense.
This morning, a member of the president's team set to be arraigned today. Still ahead, their connection to Trump's classified documents.
Pre-hydrate before I come out and then hydrate as soon as I get back in.
From excessive heat in the south and severe thunderstorms throughout the region. Still ahead from our live center, the areas impacted up and down the coast.
Yeah, and we had a weather alert day yesterday. Still storms on the way for this afternoon, so you need to stay weather aware. We'll break down when those storms could impact you on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Well, thank you for waking up with us and joining us on this Tuesday, June 27th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Good day, Baltimore. Let's go ahead and get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
National Ice Cream Cake Day.
Nice.
Ah.
I like ice cream cakes.
Mint chocolate chip.
Ooh, that's a
Where's
good
that
one.
from?
Oh, we didn't have that
Remember
yesterday.
that from The Office? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, at the office. Okay.
Mint chocolate chip.
Mint chocolate chip.
So, okay, the bromance can bring in the mint chocolate chip.
Apparently, we've got to do that. Yes, Taylor, we do have to make that happen. But today, temperatures will be a little bit cooler. Still summertime in the city. We're looking out over the Towson region with that sun that is poking through some of that cloud cover. We had some showers we were tracking last hour that moved right through Towson. Now, those showers are for you up into Port Deposit, Rising Sun. Seeing a little bit of that north of Bel Air up toward northern Harford County and even over toward APG. But no lightning strikes that we're seeing at this time. That's going to be a different story later today as we are expecting more of those thunderstorms to develop. And area-wide, that's about all we're seeing in terms of shower action right now. So mild Tuesday morning. Watch for more showers and storms, and then we're drier by midweek. So we'll top out at 84 today with those showers and thunderstorms. Upper 60s tonight, and then in the mid-80s again tomorrow, but drier conditions. A closer look at that full forecast coming up for you in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, new this morning, fire investigators determined lightning as the cause of a 2-alarm fire in Bel Air. Taking a live look from the scene, you see that on your left-hand side. 26 residents now displaced. One person had to go to the hospital. You can see from the pictures on the right side of your screen there. The apartment complex went up in flames just before 9:30 last night. We spoke with the man who lives in the complex next door, who says everything happened fast.
I look out the window and the building here was engulfed. I've never seen flames that high before and that much fire. So I came outside and there was a lot of us out here just watching. I'm surprised, I'm not looking at it now, the amount of fire there was last night, the damage doesn't look as bad as I thought it was going to be this morning, but it was a crazy fire.
Well, it took 75 firefighters to control it in about 30 minutes. We'll keep you updated as we continue to learn more information. 9:03 developing this morning. Anne Arundel County is considering a policy that would effectively ban some flags.
Now, this controversy is similar to what we saw in Carroll County last year, sparking a heated debate over what teachers can and cannot display in classrooms. Our crews spoke to protesters on both sides of this issue ahead of Monday's Anne Arundel County School Board hearing.
For me, having a pride flag and a Black Lives Matter flag enables me to meet the social emotional needs of students, and if their social emotional needs are not met, they're not learning anything.
When you have the American flag, that's for everyone. Other flags divide and they categorize people, which brings confusion and also division and animosity. And so sticking with the American flag cuts out the confusion and helps the students to focus and be united.
Shannon Lilly is joining us this morning with a closer look at what could happen if the policy were to pass.
As of now, the proposed policy stays as is. There was a vote in last night's meeting where board members opted not to make any amendments to this proposed flag ban, but it all comes ahead of likely the final reading and vote that we're expecting next month. In the meantime, this is a divided board that we're seeing. There's both strong opposition and support for the policy. So let's listen to those two different perspectives.
I'm opposed to it because some of our students are not seen and heard in their communities or in their households. And it is very important that they feel part of the community.
I think that a lot of people probably understand that I was the board member who wanted to see this policy created. And I am very proud of that. But I will also say that it's not because of any reason other than constituents coming to me with concern.
So as you just heard there, Corinne Frank is the board member that's pushing for this policy. She says there were concerns brought to her about disruptions in school related to flags. If approved, the policy would limit the number of flags that could be displayed on school property, banning the LGBTQ pride flag from being displayed in all of the 127 school buildings. The policy was first introduced during a board meeting last month, and since then, more than 1,000 comments have been submitted, both in favor and against. Those against it, though, see this as a freedom of speech issue. In the meantime, as I mentioned, a decision on this policy still hangs in the balance. We expect the third and likely final reading and final vote to come on July 12th. That's when the board's next meeting is taking place. And if they do decide to approve this policy, it would go into effect as early as next school year. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
We want you to weigh in on this. Should there be a restriction on flags in classrooms? So far, 91% of those who have voted say yes. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
9:06 is the time. Student loan debt borrowers bracing for a decision from the Supreme Court.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, this decision could come this morning. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty soon here now. In less than an hour, possibly, we'll know if the decision will get released today. And if not, it should come down in the coming days. The court traditionally releases all of their decisions for a given term by the end of June, and that date fast approaching. This decision will impact millions of student loan borrowers, but it also impacts those who believe taxpayers shouldn't carry the burden for others' college debt. The lawsuits filed by the Biden administration say they overstepped their authority in granting up to $20,000 of forgiveness for borrowers, equating it to a massive spending program. And the power of the purse constitutionally lies with Congress, not the executive branch. But the White House argues they do have the authority. The conservative justices on the court, who have the majority, signaling during the oral arguments phase that they were pretty skeptical of this forgiveness plan.
Well, switching gears, Kayla, House Republicans floating the idea of impeaching Attorney General Merrick Garland over revelations from whistleblowers inside the FBI and IRS. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we're still following developments of this story hour by hour, really. So House Speaker Kevin McCarthy saying impeachment could be on the table during an interview with Fox News yesterday. And late last week, the House Ways and Means Committee releasing transcripts of testimony claiming Garland's Justice Department interfered with the investigation of U.S. Attorney David Weiss, helping shield the president's son. And in the testimony, whistleblower said Garland and the Justice Department denied Weiss a request for a special counsel and blocked indictments against Hunter in California and in Washington, D.C. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says they want Weiss to testify before the House Judiciary Committee. And he said if those allegations prove to be true, impeachment proceedings will start as early as July 6th. And a new poll on the nationaldesk.com actually shows 67% think Garland should be impeached.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Well, Maryland is out of the woods when it comes to severe weather, but not the case for millions of people across the country, from excessive heat warnings in the south to severe thunderstorms in the Midwest and up and down the coast. I want to show you guys a few of these tweets here. Lightning has been the big story today for weather. Take a look at this aerial view in Warrenton, Pennsylvania. This from Iowa, lightning lighting up the sky there as well. And another one here from Litchfield. This is in the south, but I want you to see just the impact here. Another look at the airport in Little Rock, Arkansas, where planes were grounded, and you can see it, that lightning strike hitting a plane on the tarmac. Now let's head to Indiana, where that massive tornado you see there killed 2 people and hurt and destroyed 75 homes, according to authorities. 2 other people in Arkansas lost their lives after a tree fell onto a house there. And those storms causing major travel delays, widespread ones impacting us here at home. But I want to show you nationally, we've seen this delays go up and up and up all morning. It's up to over 13,000, over 1,200 delays here at home at BWI Airport. 14 delays, it just jumped again. 27 delays, 9 cancellations. We've been watching that move all morning. And as we continue to track those cancellations at BWI, in Texas, they are sweltering. The heat wave has been roasting Texas. It's now expanding with warnings and advisories impacting more than 45 million people in 7 southern states. We've had a lot of pictures come in from you as we look at our Chime In feature here. You guys have been showing us just how severe the weather has been in our own backyard. This lightning strike from Brian Smith that he caught on camera. We've seen trees down. We've got more behind here, but we'll move on here to our weather radar because we're continuing to track storms, and not much here, but meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to bring you the latest. We'll update you as we have it throughout the morning.
Yeah, we've been tracking the showers this morning, Taylor. Not necessarily storms. We had a couple of rumbles of thunder, and we saw some lightning in certain parts of the area this morning, but really it's just been those off and on rain showers. I'll pull up my radar here, the Weather Authority HD radar, and you can see north of Bel Air over toward Woodside, moving up toward Port Deposit, right across the Susquehanna is where we're seeing some of those showers continue to track kind of to the north and to the east at this time. Numbers are in the 60s and 70s for Cockeysville and Hunt Valley down through Towson and Baltimore City, already at 73 this hour, 69 in Brooklyn Park. So as you head out the door, you'll need your sunglasses today, and keep the umbrella with you too, because we are not done with the rain, and we're also not done with the storms. Get your run or your jog in this morning before things start to turn later this afternoon. Again, that's when we're going to get more of that activity activity, not of the same severity as we saw yesterday, but still those thunderstorms could cause some issues. So always make sure to stay weather aware. We'll do that full forecast in just a few.
All right, Fox 45 News demanding accountability for your tax dollars and your safety. In our next half hour, the calls for accountability coming to City Hall.
And in your international news, new chaos continues to ensue between Russia and Ukraine and even between Russian forces. After the break, a conflict expert is joining us to break down the latest updates in the war. Taking a live look now over the inner and outer loops right here over Loch Raven Boulevard as the sun is out, no wipers on right now, and it looks like traffic's moving along just fine. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. (9:14) developing now. Chaos and uncertainty looming in the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. Joining us this morning to share more about the conflict between Russian forces, conflict analyst and director of global studies at Loyola University, Maryland, and Dr. Mary Kate Snyder. Dr. Snyder, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's go back to what happened over the weekend. If you look at the headlines, there was a lot developed quickly then, and you saw some breakdown, it appears to be in Russian troops. And then you're going, wait a minute, there's a whole other, I guess, faction of the Russian forces that split, could be a coup. And then it was today, they're like, no, everything's fine, nothing happened. They moved to Belarus and we're all good.
Yeah, so first things first, the Wagner Group, right? So the Wagner Group is that separate organization, a group of Russian mercenaries, right? So these are soldiers for hire. They are paid professional soldiers that are fighting on behalf of Russia. Russia has hired them. And so Putin has effectively hired the Wagner Group to support Russian armed forces in the war in Ukraine. And so that's where this two sets of armed forces come from. They're the Russian National Forces, and then there is the Wagner Group. And the Wagner Group is under the command of Yevgeny Prigozhin, who is the man of the hour, as it were, who challenged Putin in a very real way over the weekend.
Yeah, he never actually made it into the Kremlin, though. But, I mean, they were getting pretty close here. And when you start looking back and you're saying, OK, well, did Ukraine have something to do with that? Did they say, we'll give you more money if you turn around and go the other way and go to Russia?
It's certainly plausible, right? There are a lot of explanations right now. We don't have a lot of details. I'm going to make the argument that that doesn't necessarily matter. What matters the most about what happened over this weekend is that Prigozhin's march, first of all, he took Rostov-on-Don. So he was kind of welcomed with open arms in this city, which is pretty close to Ukraine, 800 kilometers south of Moscow. He marches on Moscow and ultimately calls off the march, right? He doesn't make it to the Kremlin. But the thing that he does is he challenges Putin in such a way that Putin hasn't faced before in the 23 years that he has been president of Russia. And so he presented the most serious challenge to Putin's authority that Putin has ever seen since he's been president. And that's a big deal.
Dr. Snyder, does this undermine all of what Russia's superior power? I mean, we go back to the Cold War in the 80s. It was U.S. versus Russia. We were the two big powerhouses. Now you see Putin, and he looks very weak now.
Yeah, this seriously undermines Putin's authority, because it suggests that, well, first of all, the people are not going to flock to his support, right? I mean, the ease with which the Wagner Group rolled into Rostov-on-Don and was really kind of welcomed and, sent away with well wishes on their way to Moscow, that should give Putin pause.
Yeah.
And if Putin really did have the authority that he pretends to, then he would have crushed the rebellion before others had the opportunity to get involved. Alexander Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, had to mediate this dispute. And so had Putin really had control over the situation, it never would have gotten that far.
We're out of time right now, but Director of Global Studies at Loyola University, Dr. Mary Kat Schneider, thank you so much. We appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
Did you hear him?
I hear him.
He's just nonstop talking. He gets excited when there's excitable weather.
He does. And when there's bad weather as well, and when you don't hear the forecast.
Anything gets him excited. Really.
Yeah.
I'm excited about the O's. I was going to sing this song, but I don't know the Orioles Magic song. Like I've heard it, Orioles Magic, right? Da, da, da. And neither of you know it over there?
No. I want to hear you sing it. Come on. What do you got?
Orioles Magic. Come on, Jack. Orioles Magic. I don't know. Let it happen. Okay, see, I knew if Megan was here, Megan would be singing it for us, FYI. All right, here's the deal, guys. Going for their fourth win in a row tonight. How about that? They beat the Reds last night, even with that rain delay. Now, tonight, we could see a delay at the beginning of the game, but should be fine for the rest of the evening. So get out there, enjoy some O's baseball. I'm excited. We're taking Dad and Miss Sue there coming up on Saturday, so that should be fun. Lower 70s in Baltimore. By the way, it's the Hawaiian shirt and the floppy hat weekend, so yeah, a lot of people are going to be there. All right, here's our HD radar. We are tracking some showers. Look at this heavier rain shower right here. This is just across the northern parts of Harford County around Berkeley, just about to cross over the Susquehanna there at this time. But no lightning strikes. Actually, I lied. You can actually just see one that just popped up right there, and you can see that is just down to the south. So we're not seeing much in the way of any thunderstorms. It's mainly just these off and on rain showers that we've seen kind of move through the area over the last couple of hours. We do have that marginal risk for severe weather. So this is from the Storm Prediction Center. The update basically keeps us all in that marginal risk, which is 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. That slices Carroll County basically in half, but it's pretty much all of Howard County and the rest of our entire viewing area under that marginal risk. So those storms firing later today still could get to that severe category, just not going to be as widespread as what we saw yesterday. This takes us through 11 a.m. on your future scan. You can see mainly dry conditions. Again, a couple of pop-up showers in that 1, 2 o'clock hour. It's really after about 3 or 4 p.m. That's when we're going to start to see those showers and storms push through. And 5, 6 o'clock tonight, basically your drive home is going to be another wet one for a lot of us as these storms pull through. But by 7, 8, 9 o'clock, it looks like most of that rain is going to be done, and we'll have drier conditions for tomorrow. So if you do want to get out there and play some golf this morning on your forecast, lower 70s here this hour, lower 80s by noon, and we do have that potential for the showers and storms. So you definitely want to make sure to get off the golf course, make sure you're inside the clubhouse, having a nice beverage and just letting those storms pass through. Mid 80s tomorrow, but drier than upper 80s as we head into Thursday and Friday for the first weekend of July. And the 4th of July weekend, too, even though July 4th is next Tuesday, Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. I want to take you back out to 95-395. This is if you're coming into the city from the south, and it's a mess south of the city right now because there was a vehicle fire. You could just make that out on the top part of your ramp there. They haven't moved over to the shoulder. They just opened this up. The ramp coming out to Martin Luther King Boulevard was closed down for quite some time, and that has caused backup all the way around through the tunnels, through the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and then all the way back into Halethorpe if you're trying to go 95 northbound. There's also another semi that you'll be greeted with, semi accidents over to the left-hand side, right at Caton Avenue, and that's slowing you down. So if you're trying to get into the city from the south, either direction, it's going to be a little bit of time, but it is starting to move now.
The O's aren't the only winning on the field. They're also winning in the community. Coming up in our next half hour, what the O's are up to later today in their week of service.
But first, school may be out, but by no means it is time to put down the books. After the break, how parents and caregivers can help their children avoid the summer slide, the brain drain, the learning loss, whatever you want to call it. 9:22, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
(9:25), a large heat wave continues to cover parts of the southern U.S. Temperatures across Arizona, New Mexico, Texas will be in the 100s today. Not that big of a deal, you think, when we're in the end of June for that area, but it's the humidity and the heat index. National Weather Service says the heat wave will be the most dangerous than a typical event due to abnormally high overnight heat, so it never cools down. Officials say temperatures are not expected to fall below 80 degrees at night in many areas like Dallas and New Orleans. People in Memphis, their area, say a weekend storm hit their community especially hard.
I was looking out my window and I heard it making like a hissing sound, like, and then I looked out the window. I said, "Oh my God, it's falling on their car!" And I saw it. I followed on their car, and I just called my sister, and we ran to the window and looked.
This is just some of the damage in that area. And the National Weather Service reporting damaging winds from a storm Sunday between 70 and 90 miles per hour in some of the hardest hit areas. A local electric company says there were nearly 120,000 customers without power at one point. Remember, it doesn't get below 80 degrees even at night. Not only in Memphis, but then thunderstorms led to cancellations and delays for flights in and out of Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta. And the disruptions wound up stranding many travelers at the airport overnight. According to the website FlightAware, close to 350 flights in and out of Atlanta were delayed, and another 136 were just completely canceled.
And this bad weather is disrupting flights for thousands coast to coast, as Tom said. Nearly 2,000 flights were canceled over the weekend, more than 1,500 as of today, as thunderstorms move across the U.S. If this happens to you, keep in mind you are entitled to a full refund if you cancel the trip, including any baggage fees or seat upgrades. According to the Department of Transportation, if you still want to go, most airlines will rebook you for free on the next available flight if there is a seat.
Oh, and millions will be traveling this weekend. Taking a live look right now from the Bay Bridge as AAA is forecasting the weekend will break records for travel heading into the 4th. Now, nearly 60 million are expected to travel more than 50 miles from their home. At least 43 million of them will be going by car. 4 million will be flying. While gas prices are down slightly this year, airfare is up as much as 50% over last year's flights. Experts say it all points to a busy summer travel season ahead.
I think this is a real scene setter for what we're going to see for the rest of summer. If the 4th of July is really packed, then probably the rest of summer travel is really going to be robust.
Nearly 1 million Marylanders expected to travel this upcoming weekend for the 4th. According to AAA, about 874,000 of those travelers will be hitting the road. Safety experts are warning travelers to drive safe this year as there have been a nationwide spike in fatality rates in vehicle crashes.
We want to see how you're celebrating the 4th of July. You can scan that QR code on your screen, share your pictures and your videos with us, even if you're standing in line at the airport. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. You can see them here on air or online. We're expecting another round of thunderstorms for the afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how long this weather maker will last.
We're keeping an eye on your tax dollars in the city, and just ahead, we are looking into a nonprofit accused of misusing hundreds of thousands of them.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Happening today, Orange and Black Gives Back Week of Service continues. The Baltimore Orioles, Bowie Bay Sox, and Green Team Bowie are joining together to clean up parks in our area for a couple hours, and that all starts in about an hour and a half at 11 o'clock at Prince George's Stadium.
As we count down to the big game tonight.
Another win.
Here we go. Tuesday, June 27th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. I thought the Cincinnati Reds were supposed to be a threat.
Well, not to the Orioles. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. I mean, we're on fire.
I mean, they were 8-2 coming into the game. They lost their last two games, and now they've lost their third game in a row. And we won our third game in a row. So we like swinging it that way.
This would be 4 tonight if they win?
It'll be 4 tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, 4 in a row. Tyler Wells on the mound tonight at 7:05 at Camden Yards. Let's take a look outside right now. We have seen some showers that rolled through, but that sun is poking through some of those clouds right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Here's a look at your HD radar with some of the heavier rain right across the Susquehanna right there along the Maryland and PA border there, the Mason-Dixon line. But the rest of us are drying out, and hopefully you got some good rain for your yards and gardens. If not, we do have another good chance later this afternoon that we're going to get more of that rain rolling through and temperatures that will stay below average for this time of year. We're looking at 84 for our afternoon high temperature. And again, watch for some more of those showers and storms later today. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. This morning in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News demanding accountability for your tax dollars and your safety. In fact, we're getting a better look at the city's first responder shortage. Fox 45 demanding answers after a troubling announcement dispatchers made over the weekend.
And the city is doling out millions of dollars to nonprofit groups, but it's still not clear exactly how that money will be used. We begin here with Shannon Lilly, who is pushing for accountability for your tax dollars. Shannon.
Well, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement recently announced it is now allocating another $13 million in ARPA funds to these community organizations. And it comes as Fox 45 News has been investigating where this money is going, and especially one nonprofit that is now accused of misusing those federal dollars. And we are talking about Lazarus Right. It's a nonprofit which helps ex-offenders with reentry. Christopher Irvin is the founder. Earlier this year, the city granted the nonprofit a $1.6 million contract under the Mayor's Clean Core program, which allocated $15 million of the city's COVID relief funding to nonprofits tasked with hiring crews to help pick up trash across the city. But Irvin's contract was ultimately canned, the contract termination letter claiming Lazarus Right misused up to $267,000 taxpayer dollars. Councilman Yitzi Schleifer says more should be done to prevent wasting your money.
We definitely have to make sure that when money's going out the door and it's taxpayer money, that it's met with the proper transparency and accountability.
Well, Councilman Schleifer has proposed a bill that would create a more robust oversight system for when public dollars are given to private companies to hopefully prevent these very situations from happening. In the meantime, we asked the mayor's office if the nonprofit was properly vetted by the city. We got this response right here. They say, quote, the Lazarus Right Incorporated was a partner nonprofit that successfully cleaned their awarded neighborhoods, but struggled with fiscal compliance. In alignment with the monitoring and oversight controls in place for all Clean Core partners, the contract with Lazarus Right was terminated. Meanwhile, Fox 45 News found documents revealing Irvin filed for bankruptcy just months before the city handed him a more than $400,000 check. Reporting from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. This morning, a few updates in the federal documents probe against former President Donald Trump.
A member of the president's team set to be arraigned today. Taylor Stewart joining us from our live center this morning with the latest. Taylor.
That's right. As prosecutors get closer and closer to the president's inner circle, a valet driver is set to be arraigned today in connection to the classified documents found at the former president's home in Florida. Well, Walt Nada, he was charged earlier this month, but his initial arraignment postponed to give him more time to find an attorney. Now, this comes as we have newly obtained audio from CNN of the former president during a July 2021 conversation. He's talking with staffers, an author, and a publisher. We're going to play a snippet of it, of this 2-minute clip, but in it, you'll hear Trump rail against claims from his principal military advisor, General Mark Milley, that he would set in full motion a scale attack with Iran. The special counsel's indictment alleges he rebuffed those claims by sharing classified information about the attack. Take a look.
Because we're talking about it. And he said he wanted to attack Iran and what? These are the papers. This was done by the military, given to me. I think we can probably, right?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to try to
Declassify.
figure out
Yeah. See, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is classified.
Now we have a
Well, that audio likely to be used as evidence in the former president's trial. As new details emerge, we'll keep you informed right here at the Live Center.
We're seeing a cool down later on this afternoon with more showers headed our way. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when those showers are headed out and the sunshine moves back in.
The Baltimore by Baltimore Waterfront Festival is going down this weekend. We'll tell you all about it coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore, and some of Baltimore's biggest and brightest artists are being showcased. It's all a part of a new summer concert series called Baltimore by Baltimore.
Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live this morning with So Baltimore and how it's hitting or highlighting Black Baltimore Renaissance. Mark.
Man, so many great things going on, great music, great food, and also the art. Gianna is here. And so, Gianna, what's your organization?
It's Baltimore Youth Arts, and we are an art and career readiness program for youth 14 to 25.
I love it.
Yeah, and this is Linnea.
Linnea?
Yes.
How's it going?
It's going good. I'm still hungry.
You're still hungry. And so you're going to show us some of your work over here, right?
Yeah.
Let's see it. Come over here.
Okay.
Show us what you got.
So this is the Pink Moon shirt that I designed. It was more so my introduction to a program called Procreate, and
nice.
I try to keep it very simplistic but also like geometric. So
I love it.
I just have a small moon to match the perimeter of the shirt, and then a brighter pink box to highlight it. Over here is a squiggle tile shirt, which I was also using Procreate to make. We had to design one block at a time, so it was a bit of a challenge for me.
Love
but
it.
Overall, this is how it turned out. And
what about these socks? I love these socks.
I didn't design these socks, but I believe that they were also made in Procreate.
I love it. It's a great work, guys. Again, this Waterfront Festival is more than just music, more than just food. Obviously, the community is tied to it. As we celebrate the community, we celebrate Baltimore, we celebrate having a good time. It's all going down this weekend, so make sure you come out and support.
It's Baltimore by Baltimore.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Mark. If you'd like some more information about where Mark is and how you can take part this Saturday, just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We will be in the low 80s. We've got a few pop-up showers that you could expect today with some storms in the area. Just ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers timing this out for us and letting us know when we start to dry up.
But first, Jazzy Summer Nights is making its return to the Baltimore Peninsula. After the break, what stars will be headlining the concert series? 9:41, you're watching Fox 45. Good day.
Jazzy Summer Nights is kicking off the summer on the Baltimore Peninsula, featuring all sorts of fun, lots of festivities like national and regional artists. There's food trucks, cigar lounges, and more. And this morning we have the one and only founder of Jazzy Summer Nights Festival, LaRon Finney, and Retro Effects vintage store owner Stan Willis here. Gentlemen, thanks for being back with us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. So we're excited. We're excited.
We got a lot to show here, but I want to hear about the festival too. What's going on?
So this is the second installment. We started in June. July 6th, we're going to feature national recording artist Raheem Devon. He's just released his new album, Summer of Love, so we're excited about that. And again, it's really a showcase of how the best of Baltimore. We have vendors like Stan Willis, we have food, we have cigar lounges, and more importantly, it's the safest event in the city. We've been doing this for 23 years in Baltimore, not one incident, and we've been on the Baltimore Peninsula for 5 years.
That's something to be said for that, too.
Yeah, very excited about that.
This is about people coming together, having fun, showing community.
It's really about the culture of Baltimore, and it highlights the best. And I was at some events this weekend, and what I really believe for our city, that culture, the art, the music, fashion will really set our city in a different direction.
And that's where you come into this. Tell me your role in all of this year.
Well, I'm a vendor with my friend LaRon Finney, Jazzy Summer Nights. Been doing it for a couple years now. It's lovely to get out amongst all the people and show some of my
What are you holding? What is this?
This is Lester the Dummy. What I mostly do is sell people items that they had when they were kids.
Isn't that amazing?
I was terrified of him when I was a kid.
And now you're holding him.
Yes.
So how fun is this to see people come and relive it? I mean, I know my cousin had that haul.
Right. It's great to see people come and see it. It's like the store's retro effects, Charles Street, but it's like a smorgasbord of groovy vintage goodies. And I'll bring a sampling of that to Jazzy Summer Nights.
So how do you get all these vendors, unique characters like this?
Well, Jazzy's been around for 23 years, and we have a waiting list. And as I select the music, I select vendors that I think are applicable to showcase the best of Baltimore. So it's really just an highlight, and Stan has been doing an amazing job, as you can see with some of the articles here. And I'm a big fan of the clothing.
Let's talk about when this is and how people can get out and enjoy all of this and shop around too with some of the vendors.
So the next installment is July 6th, next Thursday at Baltimore Peninsula. They can go to www.thefingroup.net for tickets. Tickets are available online and at the door.
And I'm impressed. Still holding him. Not scared at all anymore.
Not scared at all.
Is he going to be at the show at the festival?
Yes, he will.
All right.
Along with the mobile boutique.
Perfect. A lot of people are going to want to see that. Gentlemen, thank you so much and for bringing this to our community.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Expected to make their way into our region, those pop-up showers today. We want to take you live to the Inner Harbor right now. Top right-hand side of your screen there, Ocean City. Bottom right-hand side of your screen on the left, a live look at our Weather Authority radar there as we are tracking the next weather maker. Obviously not weather alert here this morning, but, you know, we've got that weather maker with a chance, possibly, of some rain here later today.
We want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. After we had that weather alert day yesterday, Megan was talking about not today, though, right?
Not weather alert today, guys, but yeah, we are going to see that potential for some of those strong to severe thunderstorms, especially as we head toward the afternoon. So I want everybody to stay weather aware. Just because we're not weather alert doesn't mean we can't get some of those storms to fire. Here we go, looking at Camden Yards. Overall, not looking too bad now. Drying out. They're going to have that tarp on the field because we are tracking rain and maybe some delays for that O's game tonight. It's, again, a 7:05 first pitch at 76 degrees. Going to be great. Once we get that rain out of here, should be a great night for baseball in Charm City, and hopefully the O's can continue their winning ways as we get you closer to the All-Star break. I can't believe how close that is. Now, you can see on our HD radar, right around the Susquehanna, over toward parts of Cecil County, rising sun out through northeast. We're seeing a line of just moderate showers at this time. Really light to moderate is all we're seeing, and not much in the way of actual lightning strikes. That's been the case throughout the morning today. Notice as we look back farther to the west along the 95 corridor, we're mainly dry, and a couple of showers are developing there for Altoona, PA, down through Harrisonburg, West Virginia, but overall, we're talking about some drier conditions, at least for part of the day. Then we're going to start to ramp things up as we get to the afternoon. And we still have a marginal risk for severe weather, which is 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. So don't think just because we're not seeing as strong of those storms we saw yesterday that we're in the clear, because we still have this active weather pattern to get through. This is a very typical summer-like weather pattern here where you get those daytime thunderstorms with the daytime heating. So on our hourly future scan, staying mainly dry through noontime, right about 2 p.m. Could get a line of showers and storms to develop for Cockeysville and Baltimore down through Columbia. But really, the stronger storms look to be after about 4 p.m. and between 4, 5, and 6 o'clock. That's where you're going to see those lines, I should say, of heavier showers and thunderstorms. And even through 7 p.m., the start of the O's game, we could see some of those showers left over. But by about 9 p.m., all of that moisture is going to be done and moving out of here. And we have a drier day ahead for tomorrow. Cannonball as you jump in the pool today. Looking at mid-70s through 10 a.m. on your splashcast, mid-80s. But again, those showers and storms going to be impacting you later today. So remember, when you hear the rumbles of thunder, get inside the clubhouse, get inside the house. Don't be outdoors when thunder roars. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. We'll see those temperatures in the mid-80s today and tomorrow, upper 80s into Thursday and Friday. We are carrying a chance for a couple of thunderstorms as we head into the 4th of July weekend. We'll take a closer look at that 10-day forecast coming up in just a little bit from right now.
Well, school's out for summer, speaking of cannonballs, but that doesn't mean learning stops. Many students experience what is sometimes called the summer slide, learning loss, brain drain, meaning they may forget up to 3 months of classroom instruction from the previous school year. Well, joining us this morning to help you keep your children on track this summer, CEO of National Summer Learning Association, Aaron Dworkin. Good morning, Aaron.
Great to be here.
Hey, thank you very much for doing this. I know it's something that a lot of parents wrestle with. They want to give the kids the break from the summer, but again, especially following COVID years and the learning loss already anticipated, what do we do to help make sure that they don't have to fall behind this summer?
Sure. And so first of all, summer learning is when you take the best of the academic goals of summer school and you combine it with the best of the goals of summer camp and you make it fun. That's why we call it summer learning. We were started in Baltimore 30 years ago at Johns Hopkins University, and our emphasis is to help all kids and families make the most of all their time this summer, academically, reading, writing, math, science, but also physical activity, meeting mentors, relationships, gaining new skills that could help them with jobs, and also being physically active. So there's a lot to do for kids and parents.
Physically active is huge. There's a lot of sports camps that are out there. There's a lot of science camps, as you were just mentioning, some of the camps that are out there for learning. How do parents approach their kids, especially maybe like middle schoolers or high schoolers, and they say, all right, I want you to learn read three books this summer. Is that a way to do it, or do you need to set goals and be checking on them constantly?
Well, I think, first of all learning is about getting young people to take ownership for their own learning. So parents and adults can say to kids whatever they want, but unless the kid wants to learn because it's something they're interested in, they're passionate about, that's number one. We do have a website to direct all families to called discoversummer.org that has lots of resources, free curriculum, and ideas and programs, almost 60,000 programs for parents to find for their kids to join. But in terms of finding what they love, it's important to ask your kid, what do they like? And also look at their report cards. What did they struggle with? What do they need a little more help with? And then how do you connect it to like the real world? How do you, if they're interested in being an entrepreneur, how do you introduce them to your local family friend who has a business, or how do they visit museums or all these things, great resources?
Yeah, learning away from the textbooks, learning a life experience.
Absolutely.
All right. So then if we're talking about them, what about all the other things that come in? When you think about school, it's so structured. Summertime, not maybe as structured, but we still want them to learn. What about diet, sleep, and all that? I mean, are we still waking the kids up around the time they should be, or are we letting them sleep in?
Well, no, I think it depends how you want to use your time. I think there's a lot to get done. Young people want to, set some goals for them to get ready for the next school year. So it's not about only loss and catching up what you missed, but also how do you propel forward for the next year? What is coming up? What are going to be the big topics? You want to make a team? You want to get ready? I had a basketball coach used to say, no one gets better during the season. They only get better over the summer. And you don't move from JV to varsity without putting in a lot of practice over the summer. So same for any subjects. And also we have to, when you said summer learning loss, it became COVID learning loss. And kids suffered, especially low-income families suffered much more dramatically. And you have to figure out what support they need, especially around mental health and building close relationships and also exploring nature. There's a lot of free resources, whether it's parks, libraries, your parks and rec, and even your summer youth employment programs that are still available for people to join.
With the National Summer Learning Association, Aaron Dworkin, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, more pop-up showers headed our way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's tracking how long they will last in his exclusive 10-day forecast.
state.
All right, our 10-day forecast, guys, mid-80s today and tomorrow, upper 80s into Thursday and Friday, showers late Friday, and then we'll have another chance for some thunderstorms on Saturday as we get into 4th of July weekend. Look at the 4th next week, 88, looking good next Tuesday. However, again, today we do have to watch for some of those thunderstorms to develop for the afternoon, so stay weather aware.
Tomorrow looks like a good day to be out hiking, right?
Great day to be out hiking.
Yeah.